Alrighty. I did update on OBS. Hopefully the stream does all right. Uh, I gotta turn the coffee pot off. Alrighty. Yeah, I moved the coffee pot right into the office, which is nice. All right, we're just kind of grind it up a little bit. Uh, Kind of selling off just a little bit. Coming back down. Let's see what we got here. We got the audio mixer. That's looking halfway decent. Let's dock this thing. Let's go to the stream and make sure it's actually working. As far as news, 9:15 industrial production month over month. NVIDIA GTC AI conference at 2 o'clock. Trump interview, closed press. Trump and VP event, signing time. Yeah, not much going on. Um, Tomorrow, no, March 18th. You got PPI 8:30 Red Folder event. That's about it. Let's see. Let's see how the stream's going. If you haven't updated order flow bars, uh, you need to update. Let's come over here. Let's make sure everything analytics. Yeah. All right. It seems like it's analytics. Stream health is excellent. Stream settings is ultra low latency. So I guess it's pretty decent. Yeah, there was an update. Let me bring up. Yeah, there was quite a bit. There was quite a bit done over the weekend. There was quite a bit done over the weekend. Let me go to my profile indicators. So profile indicators, we have order flow bars is download version 1.0.0.5. Am I on? Yeah. So you'll be able to see the what version you're on if you just go to the settings. Just go to order flow bars and just go to the version 1.0.0.5. That's the one that I'm using. And um, if you use order flow pulse, there was an update with that. That is on 1.0.4. The DOM, that's still prototype. The DOM is going to be the last thing. To be quite honest, I probably shouldn't have even released it until the order flow pulse is locked down pretty solid. But as long as people understand, that's a prototype, and that's what the title of it says, prototype up on there. So hopefully that works. Order flow bars moving average. So I kind of merged that with that. So it still uses Hike and Ashy data. It's just kind of combined the open and close for it. So it's just one moving average. Also, I did an update for order flow bars. Problem that there was a problem with it. Order flow bars was running fine, and then when you used order flow pulse, because it uses level 2 data, I was using level 2 data. There was a memory leak in order flow bars indicator, and eventually it would just clear everything out on there. Uh, so running order flow pulse because of the level 2 data kind of exacerbated the memory leak on order flow bars indicator. So hopefully that's fixed. Do you have data only for the NQ? For the ES and NQ, I've got the level 2 data. That's the only one that I use. I need to get the metals. I need to get like gold and stuff like that going. Um, but I'm going to do that later when everything is released. I'm just going to be doing that. Right now, I'm trying to lock down order flow pulse to a good state where it can be released to the public. Now, order flow bars is seems like it's in a pretty decent area. Yeah, equities, I mean, I swing trade equities, that's about it. I don't have any, data because I haven't even tested this on equities as far as, like, the ETFs, the SPY and the Qs, if you trade that. Because I just trade futures in the morning for about 2, 3 hours. I don't even know if this works on equities. I know with NinjaTrader, you can hook up a brokers. Because right now I'm just connected to Bullnox and the level 2 data package with Bullnox. Iceberg orders, that is going to be programmed in here pretty shortly. Um, the thing about iceberg orders is that, and this goes for any package, it goes for deep charts, it goes for the rest of them. Um, that can only be uh, about 90% accurate with the way that you have to do it. In order to get true iceberg orders, you need the trade ID from the institutions, market makers that are doing it. And as retail traders, we're not privileged to that information. But what you can do with iceberg orders is trying to look. Okay. What I can do with iceberg orders is like right here, you see 38 contracts. That is one order coming in. That's just one order uh, of 38 contracts. Now, for an iceberg order, because they do order slicing, the institutions, market makers, they do things like order slicing. Like, let's say you take 100 contracts and you do 10 orders of 10 volume, and they might do it within um, like 100, 200 milliseconds, and they'll just keep refreshing it, and that can be coded in, not a problem. I just don't have the time right now to do it because there's quite a bit of other stuff that I'm doing, and there's only one of me. And you can also go to Order Flow Pulse Live. If you go to Order Flow Pulse, go to NQ, let's go to June 26th, minimum volume. Let's just go to Live Pulse. And if you go to Live Pulse, that'll show you everything. Uh, that calculates the data. Right here, let's go resting orders, like 5. If you use Order Flow Pulse, that right there calculates all the volume within 100 milliseconds. So each bubble is the volume calculated for 100 milliseconds. And in the future, what I would like to do is for iceberg orders, and mainly for the iceberg orders, is actually have a notification center up here somewhere. But the logic to actually code that in is not that difficult. And also, this is free for now. And when it does get released and people want to support the project, then that'll be great. and you will definitely what I'm thinking about is, like, the first 200 people are gonna get, uh, the best price. It'll probably be, like, $95 for, like, a whole year, and you get all the updates, all everything on the site. I mean, it comes out to, like, $8 a month. I know there's a lot of people that use Ninja Trader for futures. I don't know how popular it is for, trading stocks. Now, what I've done with this over the weekend, the the DOM over here for the bid and the ask. Oh, I needed to change the text for that, the size of it. Uh, I updated that, the DOM for the bid and the ask, because there was an issue when you switched over to a 5 minute. Because the mode we have live pulse, 30-second, minute, 2 minute, and 5 minute. When you were switching over to 5 minute and you tick bend it, when you merged the ticks, because NQ travels quite fast. And right now, this chart is merged to two ticks. I'll probably update it to four once we open up. And this is the June contract because it's rollover week and it has quite a bit of volume. So I just switched over. And I've got stacked imbalances working. I don't know if if you see any around here. No, we'll probably just have to wait. And then the timeline, this is done now where you can zoom out and you can zoom in. You double click and it takes it right back to normal. And of course, the price you can move that up and down. And when you double click, it recenters. You have to double click inside the chart. If you do control and left click and drag, it drags it around. And then you can double click inside to recenter. But I've got the timeline so you can see a little bit longer. Now, because these are the volume bars, you can only go but so far, and then it's going to cap it. Do- It seems like the OBS update is not going to cause any issues, hopefully. They actually done it pretty nice. I like how they've done the audio mixer. And June 864, 864. Okay. I switched over to the June contract because I looked at it this morning with the other one, March, and June has definitely got enough volume to be traded. And this is only been in development for a little, I think, about 2 months now. And I mainly just show the NQ because that's really what I trade. Every now and then I will trade the ES. The ES, if we go to order flow pulse, the ES, let's see, June 26, minimum volume of 5, that's fine. Large volume 50, resting orders, probably 25. ES does not need to be tick binned or tick merged because it's quite liquid. I'm going to go to an imbalance ratio, imbalance percent of 3 times, and then the levels of 2. And when you click apply, uh, that is what the, uh, well, that resting order is a little too, there we go, maybe 40. Uh, these are imbalance areas. The green is for buy, and the gold is the sell imbalance. And I did gold because with the heat map, you really couldn't tell where it was. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this, like this imbalance area right here, where you have 3 times more buying than selling, and it's 2 levels. But I'm going to have that bar right there is going to extend outward at least to like one, two, three, four, about five bars. It's going to extend outward a little bit. I'll get that done this week, and I'm pretty much. And then the last thing I want to do is get a profile on the right side here. I just want to get a volume profile on the right side here, and but this is what the stacked and balanced areas look like. It's just a green for the buy and then gold for the sell. I tried to do red, but it just wasn't looking good because of the heat map. And eventually, when this gets released and once start getting support for it, uh, we'll have a cogwheel up here with the settings, and there's going to be a lot of settings where you can change all the colors and everything. And if people just want to wait until it's 100% done and wait, I don't know, 4 or 6 months till it's 100% done, then that's fine. Uh, it's just the first couple hundred people will get the best price. So we got about a minute to the open. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I want to get the volume profile. I mean, it's on the DOM. I mean, if we look at the DOM here, it's on the DOM here. Of course, when you clear it out, because 930, you just clear it out. But the DOM is in prototype. That is, that's still in prototype, and I probably won't be working on that. I need to get the order flow pulse locked down pretty solid enough so people can use. I mean, I'm using it. I'm using it, so it's and I'm passing evals and making money with it. So, uh, yeah, that's there, and make sure my accounts are. Yep. Okay. I usually sit on my hands the first 5 minutes. I just sit on my hands. I just sit and wait. Now let's see. I did an update for order flow bars. This my main indicator. This is order flow bars. I did an update for this because there was an issue with a memory leak, and so I just had to fix that. And the memory leak got exacerbated when you were using order flow pulse with level 2. Because what happens is when the system gets overloaded, NinjaTrader, when it gets overloaded, it will do basically a force reset. It clears everything on the chart. And then when you right clicked and reload the Ninja script, the data would come back in, but it was a memory leak issue. And when it would get too full, the garbage collector would clear everything out on C sharp, and NinjaTrader would just do a force reset. Oh, sorry, I didn't even put in the link. It's uh, orderflowbars.com. I didn't even put in the link this morning. It's Monday. It's crazy. Uh, so these updates, I did quite a few updates over the weekend, and I'm just wondering what kind of because with software development, I've been doing software development for 15 years. Whenever you do an update, sometimes, I wouldn't say whenever, but when you do an update, sometimes there's more bugs that got introduced. Like you might fix one, but then something else will pop up. So hopefully, and that's why I need to start. The first month, I really was cranking things out, and we didn't even have a version system set up on the site. Now we got that, so you can check the versions, and on the order flow pulse, you can see the version 1.0.4, and then you can go to the site and actually check what version you're on. But in the beginning, I was doing so many updates, it was just crazy. And now it's to the point where I'm actually using it to trade evals and funded accounts, but I have to do things slowly because other things can get introduced. There was one bug that got introduced where people couldn't even install order flow bars, and I had to revert. And yeah, so the code base has gotten to the point where I have to slowly iterate. I have to add features, fix a little bit of performance issues. That's the main thing I want right now is fixing performance issues, which I think I got most of them down. We got a 35 lot. That's one order of 35 contracts that kicked off. Whenever I say lots, it's the same thing as contracts. We got 35 contracts that kicked off right here at about 9:31, and then we're trading above it. They're taking a little bit of heat, but 35 contracts is not much. I want to see large participation. I want to see large participation from institutions and market makers. I want them slinging around 50, 100, 200 contracts per order. And you might ask, well, how can they sling around 100 contracts in one execution when the order book doesn't show that? Well, they don't have to show everything. And plus, level 2 and you need to understand that level 2 is yeah, the Ben's still at 2. Uh, let's update this to 4. So I tick bend it to 4 now. Um, the heat map. We're resting orders. Resting orders. If you go to 5, it shows quite a bit. Normally, if you go to like 15, you can even go to 20, and that's pretty decent. If you really want to, the large volume, the bubbles that show up, like this 56 contract in pre-market, and we got 35 contracts right here, you can even do the large resting orders to what you have the large volume set to. And that's really going to show you where, like, okay, a large volume could kick in, buy or sell volume. And then you can use the DOM over here for the bid and the ask for things. But It all depends on what you want. Now, I'm gonna eventually have a cogwheel set up to where these settings, the minimum volume, large order, resting orders, and bin is and then balance and the levels are going to be in a settings window, okay? Because that's stuff that you really shouldn't have to change constantly. And I was thinking over the weekend, I've started putting hotkeys in the future. Once this is released and it gets uh, some support, I was thinking about putting in hotkeys like you can do like function F1 to show heat map and do function F1 again to take it away, kind of like a hotkey to be able to show and hide the heat map. But I don't even know if people would even want that. But right now, what I'm going to be focusing on is there was a lot of code that I did over the weekend, and I need to make sure that things are working properly. Like the DOM right here on the 5 minute, when you did 5 minute, the DOM was kind of jacked up, uh, and hopefully that's fixed. Right now, I'm trying to just see if the issue for the order flow bars, this right here, the order flow bars, is fixed. Um, and I did that yellow line is the order flow bar moving average. That is basically taking the Heikin-Ashi average, because that's what Heikin-Ashi stands for in Japanese, is average bar. It just takes the Heikin-Ashi data and then it smooths it out with a 9 EMA that you can set. Either you want 9, 20, you can have two of them, a 9 and 21 order flow bar moving average, and it just merges that data into one uh, moving average. Because before the Heikin-Ashi smooth lines was showing the open and the close, so I just merged it into one. So we had a little bit of a pop and a little bit of a sell off. Not much of a sell off. It's just kind of came up here. We don't see a lot of large participation very much. Let's take a look and see if we got any. Uh, I'm wondering if that got reset. Oh man, it possibly got reset. Uh, bet it did. So here, I gotta check the code real quick. You might not see imbalance because the volume I have, minimum volume I have in the code. I think it's min total. Hurry up. Min total. Oh man, that sucks. Okay. I'll just have to do this right here. I'll just have to. All right. That'll. Okay. Yeah, I got to push that update to the site. You're not going to see the imbalances. NQ June 26. Resting orders of 15. We'll just tick Bennett to 4. We'll go into here. Apply. Well, no, because I got the wrong ticker. We'll click apply. There we go. Let me just take this out. There's a setting uh, for the stacked imbalances where you have a minimum volume. Now, hopefully, this got fixed. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, right now, imbalance of, 300% or 3 times more buying and selling than levels of 2. You'll see that the green right there, it's a very small one. That one was, a buy imbalance. This was a sell imbalance. There has to be there's more logic in there to show these imbalances than just 3x and then how many levels of like the percent and then how many levels. There's a little bit more logic in there that I show because I've been trading footprint charts and order flow for years. So some of the stuff that I've done throughout the years, I've just added into the code. Um, and I need to push that out. We might not get much today. It's already 9:42, and we don't have very much participation in the market, to be quite honest. I mean, if you look at this on a 5 minute, I mean, on a 1 minute, we've got 56, 35 lots. We don't have any large participation. We're not seeing one orders of like 50, 100, 200 contracts. And what that is telling me is that the institutions and market makers are not interested this morning. Kind of want to see what's going on. And as you can see on the daily, we have just been chopping around in this area. It's been in a balanced market for weeks. We got to break out of this, either up or down. I mean, I hate to say this, but I kind of hope we break down pretty big so I can go in on my IRA account. But hey, that's just me. Uh, it's a Monday. It's rollover week. We might not see a whole lot of participation. We have no idea. Let's see what. Let's bring up another one. Let's see what the other month is doing. Let's see what March is doing because it's rollover week. It's rollover week. Uh, yeah, and we got FOMC. We got news, so it's rollover week. Yeah, it's just we don't know what these institutions were doing. They really. Let's see. Let's take this to 4. We'll do resting orders of 15. That's March. I mean, March still has some pretty decent volume. I'm looking at March right here on the smaller window. Yeah, and see right here. Whoops, wrong way. Right here, you got a buy and balance area right up in here. There was more buyers and sellers right here. Uh, you got to be careful about actually taking that as it forms. Like right now, I mean, if you took it, yeah, that's support area. More buyers and sellers. You got some sellers that's stepping in there. What these bars are, this is I wrote the custom bars right here, and basically how wide it is how much volume. Of course, the red means selling, green means buying, and actually, right in the area when it's real dark green, that means it's high delta. When it's dark red, that means uh, high delta for the cell, like right there, dark. When the opacity is kind of light, that just means it's light delta. And I'm going to show the delta down here eventually. Yeah, and Wednesday, you got the FOMC rate statement at 2 o'clock. That's definitely gonna move the market. Hopefully, we don't have any issues, and if I can fix them before Wednesday, hopefully. I mean, when you got March contracts and you got March is, seems like it has a little bit more volume. Of course, I went to, CME Group and looked at the volume. If you go to cmegroup.com, go to cmegroup.com and you want to check on the instrument that you're trading, you can go to markets, NASDAQ, go to the minis, look at the volume. You can look at the calendar and see when the rollovers are. Like March, the last trade is March 20th, and then June, we have that. Then you go over here to volume, and then you can look at the March 13th and you see what the volume is. Yeah, we might just stick with March. We got 35 contracts that kicked off there on the June. I don't know. It'll probably be a slow week, to be quite honest, until Wednesday. Wednesday will be interesting. This also just give me a good idea of any issues that may come up. We got 47 kicked off. So 9:30. Let's see. Make sure. Hopefully that memory leak got fixed. Hopefully that memory leak got fixed. I could possibly try and compile this real quick and then throw it up on the site. Um, Possibly just compile it real quick and try to throw it up there. Um, Order flow pulse. That means I'd have to change the code also. Let me just do that later. Do I still have it up? Yes, I do. That should compile pretty quickly. There we go. Come on, get out of there. Boy, do I hate Windows. Um, so we have some resting orders right here. We had some resting orders right here. We had 47 contract, another contract that another orders that got kicked off. It looks like they got absorbed right here and kind of moved up, and we're just sitting here. Uh, if we break the 24,900, let's see if they get absorbed in this area. It's got the volume filling out, and we have this area right up in here that we have some sell contracts. And if you look on the 1 minute right here, the order flow moving average, the order flow bar moving average is kind of sloping downwards. And that is uh, bearish, but for the long run, since 9:30, we're definitely kind of moving up. So when it's below the yellow line, the order flow bar moving average, I normally do not take longs. And if I do, it has to diverge pretty significantly for me to take a long, uh, because you're counter trend trading and then looking for a bounce back up to the order flow bar moving average, because that's basically Heiken Ashi data smoothed out uh, to a non EMA. Let's see. That compiled. Let's see. Let me just. We're not getting much today. It's already 10 o'clock basically. Export and just script that on. Let me get version .5 up there. Order flow pulse 5. Add on order flow pulse. Compiled assembly. Do, do, do. I had a sell imbalance right there. It's just a small one, not a whole lot of volume. Then it got taken away. When you see these buy imbalances and the sell imbalances, if it's on low volume, I really need to change the setting, because right now it was set to like 40. It had to be a minimum volume of 40 for that, and that's why a lot of them wasn't showing up. That's going to be user defined export. That's going to be user defined. Oh, it's already there. Let me delete that. Yes, and save it. Exported. Yes. I'm running a MacBook Pro and I'm running Parallels. And the system seems to be running fine, pretty good. Um, Let me get back up here, put this up on the server. And if anybody is using it, you're not going to see the stacked and balances, because you had a version, if dot 4 was a version where the volume was, hard coded in there and it was set pretty high. Uh, Possibly today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a setting right here where you have an imbalance ratio that you can choose, which I want to set this something different. I'm going to set this to 3. Um, I usually like doing an imbalance. For the NQ, I like doing an imbalance of 4 to 5 times and a level of like at least 3, a minimum of 3 to be quite honest. All right, let's. And we have a 5-minute right here. The 5-minute on the June contracts, we have 56 lot, we have 35, and then we have 35 looks like a 40 or something in there. And then these dots right here, this is persistent buying, and then the blue valve is persistent selling. That persistent buying got absorbed a little bit, but we're still moving up on the 5-minute. We're still sloping upwards on the order flow bar moving average. We're still sloping upwards, so that is bullish. Uh, So it'd be kinda hard to be, uh, taking shorts, to be quite honest. Got some resting orders up here at 980. Alright, let me, get this up on the site. Where are we at? So 956, yeah. So we've got, at 980, you got some, resting orders that were sitting up there on the heat map. Uh, Not much is going on. I guess you could have traded this absorption area right here. You had this, but that's not a whole lot, to be quite honest. And then we just kind of in a balanced area, a little consolidation for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 minutes of consolidation. I mean, maybe get about 10 points, but I just don't like throwing on trades to be throwing on trades, to be quite honest. Okay, this is a telling tale right here up on the NQ, we had buying persistent buying right here. Those little dots right there are persistent buying. 2 ticks with a minimum of 10 volume. We had a buy and balance area right up here at around 952, 953. We closed below it. Okay. And it looks like on this candle, they got absorbed. Okay. So that right there can tell you that it's not really pushing up. It doesn't have the strength to push up because you have persistent buy-in. It closed below that. You had a stacked buy-in bounce right there. And this is for the order flow bar indicator. That right there could tell you we could possibly have moved back to the order flow bar moving average, and we did. We're actually below it, to be honest. Um, I mean, you could have taken a short right here, but you got to be quick because the trend is definitely up. As you can see, it's up. So if you do stuff like that, you see absorption right there, um, persistent buying and stacked and balanced buy, then you can actually take a short real quick and just try to get yourself about 10 points uh, if you want to do that. But the thing is, what you have to on a 5-minute, if we look at the 5-minute is right here, and you've got the order flow bar moving average. Uh, the trend is definitely up. Okay, we would have to close below 901. We'd have to close below it and have this bar kind of either flatline, which I don't take any trades when it's flatline. I only take shorts when it's sloping downwards. And the thing is, I'm not going to get the top or the bottom. And I know that. I'm not going to buy the bottom or sell the top. and I'm okay with that. I mean, let's say it moves 50 points. I mean, it's really hard to try to sell the top and the bottom and get yourself all 50 points on get the whole move, but if you can get yourself like 20, 30 points, that's awesome. I know so many people wanna get everything, but, I've been trading NQ for 10 years. To be quite honest, you just want a slice of the pie. Alright, let me stay focused here, what I need to I mean, the trading is kinda blah. Oh, yeah, we gotta put this up on the server. Uh, do alrighty. Also, if you when you install the add-ons, it's gonna ask you, make sure it's from a trusted source. It's going to ask you, do you want to compile it? And that's because it modifies the menu system. The new, you'll see order flow pulse there, or the order flow DOM if you install that. That's why it's asking you to compile it, because it's an add-on and it's adding that stuff. Eventually, what I'm going to do, because there's more stuff I'm going to be adding, I'm going to have my own menu right after chat on the main window in NinjaTrader called OFB, and then you can choose the add-ons you want from there. But that's why it asks you. Just make sure it comes from a trusted source. Make sure, and then you have to say yes, and then I'll say, do you want to compile it? You have yes, um, and then you have to restart for add-ons, and sometimes ask you for indicators. It all depends, which is fine. Uh, all right, let me get this up on the site, because that was an oversight on me. To all right, let me copy that to the download. Log into the server. Uh, move that to downloads. Okay, so it's moved to downloads. If you download Orderflow Pulse now, you should be on version 1.0.5, I think. Yeah, 1.0.1.0.5. If you download it now, uh, I need to update the site. Uh, Open recent, open project. Uh, 5. Okay. Then the indicators. We're just consolidating. We're just in a balanced market. I mean, look at this. We're in a balanced market area. I mean, look at it. From 9:30, we ran up, sold off. This whole area right here, we're just kind of chopping around. This is the market will search for value. It searched for it for the upside, then it kind of pulled back a little bit. And then right here, we're just in a balanced market. This is just called balanced market. The market will search for value up or down. And then sometimes they'll trade around, and it's just called a balanced market. And then it will either break down, break up. This just uh, consolidation. Like you had a small bounce area right here, and then it searched for value to the upside. It couldn't find it, and then it kind of sold off. And then we might end up in this balance area. It's just the way the market goes. Uh, do, do, do. If you double click, it will recenter, and if you double click the timeline, it just takes it back to where it was. Um, all right, let's log into the server. Where are we at? Hold on. I'm doing this in another window, and I'm trying to pay attention to the market as well. Uh, Build, release. Alrighty. So we kind of ran up on thin volume right here. Kind of ran up on thin volume. We got some pretty heavy volume for selling right here, but they're not really going anywhere. We're actually moving up. So that those sellers getting absorbed a little bit. If we're going to break out, we need to break out. You need to see volume coming in on the breakout. If you're going to break out, you really need to see volume kick in. You really need to see a lot of volume kick in and a large buyer coming in, like 50, 100, 200 contract. Did it compile? Yes, I think so. Oh, yeah. All right, let's just do this. Generated. Yes, yes, yes. All right, yeah. So it looks like we're trying to break out. We have some at 980. You got some resting orders up in there, as you can see right there on the what's that thing called again? Histogram. 980, as you can see on the histogram, is quite large, and then right here it's kind of lighting up a little bit right here about 980. So they have a little resistance. They might go up there and test that area. If we lose this ledge right here, we could come back down here to 944 because a little bit low volume right there. As you can see, we kind of drifted down a little bit. They need to regain it. Got some resting orders up in there, kind of pushing it down. If we lose this right here, this area right here, roughly about 945, we could drift down into this area. Uh, if they want to try and push this, the delta for the current bar is negative. I'd like to have a delta bar down here eventually. I just need to test this stuff to make sure everything is working properly before I start adding more code. Because if you add so much uh, code and stuff like that, and then something goes crazy, you really need to figure out where it's at. And sometimes when you add new features or something, and then all of a sudden, I see now we're breaking out with volume. That's nice. We had a little bit of an inside bar right here, and then we're breaking out, but they're still sitting up there around 980. Uh, yeah, I mean it's just kind of blah. What are we doing? All right, let's check the site now to make sure it's up. sites up and Windows 0.5. Yeah. Okay. Let's download it. Make sure it's actually going to work. Yep. Okay. Uh, okay. So you got the new one set up. Yeah, we got a lot of resting orders up there at 980 up in this area. You got some volume kicking in a little bit. FOMC meeting this week, so it's just kind of blah. Let's see what the ES is doing. And we had 41 cell contract kickoff. Have the ES June 26th. Minimum volume of, I don't know, 20. Let's just do 5. Minimum volume of 50. Resting orders of 50. Tick Bennett, no. And then we'll just do 3 and 2. All right, so the ES, yeah, I mean, I've traded ES for years. This is a really nice trading instrument, to be quite honest. I mean, ES, the stacked and balance area I have set to imbalance of 3 and the levels of 2. And this is really good because the ES shows stacked and balance is really nice. Okay. We have a stacked and balanced buy and balance right here, but it's kind of on low volume. And what you kind of want to do is when you see, you got to wait for it to close because if you're in the current bar and you see an imbalance area, buy or sell imbalance area, and you kind of jump in and then it'll kind of run and then it'll go away. You have to wait until the bar closes. And then when the bar closes and you open up, sometimes you come down and you test the imbalance areas, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just run. Um, you could have just gotten in here, and then where you want to get out is if you start breaking this area right here under that buy and bounce area, because you'll probably come down to this area then. Um, but you could have easily gotten yourself about 5 points out of that, possibly. I need to get a crosshair. I need to develop a crosshair so I know where I'm at, or actually a tool where I can right click, and then just drag it up to tell me how many points. But then you kind of come up here. You had a nice buy volume with some decent delta, it looked like. And then you had some more buy and balance. But once you broke that area right here, once you start breaking that area right there, especially on this candle right here, you have low volume. Just go ahead and get out and take your money. Uh, and you really don't want to be doing the sell imbalances because we're trending upwards. So we're trending upwards. You really don't want to be doing that. So on the ES, we got some resting orders up there at 780. Resting orders of 50. I mean, you can go lower if you want, if you really want to see the heat map. I normally just don't do that. You can set it to 40. I found 40 is pretty decent for the ES. 50 is pretty nice. 50 because I have large volume set to 50 on the ES, and then the resting orders of 50. Uh, but if you're a new trader, you got to be careful with the NQ because it will trade kind of wacky. Uh, but the ES is nice, thickly traded market for you to get in and out. You see how that buy and balance came up and then it kind of went away? That's why you don't do it right away. You gotta wait until the bar closes. You gotta wait until the bar closes. This might actually. We're at 10:15. That has not gotten reset. And how far did we go back here? Yeah. So we looked at the ES. ES has got some nice imbalance areas. So I just updated the code. If you downloaded the order flow bars pulse, the order flow pulse and the imbalance, and if you don't see it, that's just because I had something in there hard coded that I didn't change, and then I pushed it up. It's just, yeah, things like that happen. There's only one of me. I don't have another developer double checking me. Even when I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton, I was a senior software engineer for Booz Allen Hamilton in DC. Uh, and in Washington D.C., that was, I was a government contractor, software engineer, government contractor. Uh, I was an employee of Booz Allen Hamilton. They just contracted us to certain government agencies. And whenever you push up code, even if you're a senior software engineer, you got to have someone double check your code. It's just the way it is. You put in a merge to merge the code in that you did, and you have to uh, throw it out there and then assign it to somebody else. And normally, what I would do is I would just assign it to another senior developer, and he or she would just double check my code. But it's only me. Some things get missed. So we're not really moving that much. We've got 41 contracts right there. Not much going on. We have that looks like two bubbles right there. Um, and as you can see right here, it's 101. There's only one bubble right there, but here, let me grab this again. Here it shows a small one and then a big one behind there. So that was two orders, but here on this chart, it just merged it into one. Um, Now, what I would like to do, we're kind of moving up on some volume right here. But you got resting orders up there at 980. You see, right here at 980, we couldn't break through here and we kind of drifted down. We couldn't break through right here and we kind of drifting down. Then you got a 40 lot that just kicked off. Um, this seems like the imbalance areas. Yeah. So if we go three times with three levels, you have some cell imbalance areas that show up. Those yellow lines are cell imbalance areas. The imbalance I normally have it set to four times and then three levels. But today's kind of slow. I mean, if you go to two levels, that really shows up. I don't like doing that 3 and 2. I mean, that's good for the ES, but not the NQ. I just found that it's usually not that good. I I wonder if we have okay, so the halves do work. Okay, the halves do work. So we go 2.5, 2.8. Yeah. Okay, so the halves of percentage do work. 280%. Then you got 3.0, which is 300%. Then you got 4.5, which is 450%. Then you got 5, which is just basically 500%, which that sell was pretty significant right there. And as you can see, it kind of was because we had a very dark volume bar right there. And the dark volume bar means high negative delta. Okay. That's what that means. Hopefully this update will fix the problem issue of the memory leak I was having last week. Hopefully it will be fixed. And of course we have this right here that's working now that we can really kind of zoom in and out. Uh, I added that in there. I have to add it in. I have to add things in little by little because if I start adding, and we got some resting orders up there again at 980 right here. I mean, are we going to be able to break through this? If you're a breakout trader, what you basically need to see is not a whole lot of resting orders, but you need to see a lot of volume, and you need to see the delta climb. And like right there, that delta climb, and you got some volume, they're trying to push through. That is what you want to see. If you're a breakout trader, that's what you want to see. You want to see high volume and a surge of the delta like that, but those resting orders just kind of ate them up and just kind of absorbed them, and now we're kind of drifting back down. And as you can see here on the 1 minute, on order flow bars, I have the persistent right there. There was persistent buying right there. That means it ticked up 2 times with a minimum volume of 10. So that's persistent buying, which is good. That's what you want to see on a breakout. But they just kind of got smacked down a little bit and didn't happen. If you're a breakout trader, you want to see a lot of a surge in the volume. Uh, And maybe you want to see a large one order contract of like 5,100 come in on the NQ. And you can use that as support when it breaks out and just go for it. Hoping that these contracts right up in here, about 150 contracts of shorts will capitulate, and then they'll have to cover. And then it just puts fuel to the fire to the move upward. But today it is 10:23, and to be quite honest, I don't see us really doing much today. I haven't taken a single trade. I have not taken a single trade. We got FOMC on Wednesday. We got rollover. We have rollover week. FOMC on Wednesday. To be quite honest, the institutions and the market makers, they might just be like, we'll move it Wednesday after FOMC. And then Thursday and Friday might be good. We just don't know. What I do know is you have it all lit up here around 980. They're really defending that area right there at 980. Yeah, really defending that area. We had some buying right there. What I would like to do, since I've added, and hopefully this hasn't implemented too many issues with the code that I added. Hopefully this order flow bars memory leak is fixed. And what I like to do is, you see right here, we have some large contracts, about 141 contracts that got kicked off there. If we lose this ledge right here, the blue violet, that's the bubbles. Those bubbles right there show the volume profile right here. This is the bubble profile. I just showed you, and then we had large buy, which was way back here somewhere. Yeah, right here, 53. Not very much. Okay, that was pre-market. Not very much. What I want to do is add a volume profile right up in this area right here, and then have a setting that you can choose. The volume profile, you want to have it like a minimum volume of 1, and then it'll show something. Or you can set it to like how it is. I need to change this for the order flow bars too. How you can just change it to be like, okay, I only want to show a profile of large orders. So large orders of 30. And maybe that can be something like, if we have another column right here of the volume profile, and there could be like a text box that says VOL or volume. When you set it to 1, it just shows everything with a point of control as well. And then if you set it to 30, that's only going to show you volume of like 30 or more. Um, eh, That'll have to be just one order. I'd have to think about it. They're still sitting on the offers up there at 980. They're still sitting on the books at 980 for the offers. Uh, we're just in a balanced area right here. We're just in a balanced market. They're sitting on here right up in this area around 950. They're sitting up in that area too. Not really doing very much. We're just in a balanced market area. Uh, all I can do is just sit back and look to see if I see any issues pop up. We're losing that ledge right there. We're losing this ledge right here where these sellers were. So they might start pushing it down even more. We've closed below, but then we closed above. The order flow bar moving average is kind of flatline. When it's like that, I normally don't like to take any trades, long or short, to be quite honest. It needs to be sloping down a little bit. And what you can do is you can wait for the. Now, sometimes if you wait, you just you miss out on the move. That's fine. Or if you just want to go in like a couple micros and just test the water, you can do that. It has persistent selling right there. If if we close below right here, oh look at that. They just nope. See, this is why you don't trade when that order flow bar moving average, when that thing is flat like that. I really okay, now it's starting to slope down. Now, if you want to try and short and go in on the break of this short, your stop's up here. Okay. You can try and go short right there. But you got to be quick. But I, I really wouldn't try that because you saw it come down here and then it just shot up real quick. So you got to watch the speed of the tape as well. Okay. So you really have to watch it. Possibly what I would like to do is see maybe two or three cell bars and then maybe an inside bar of like a sell or a buy inside bar and then try to get it on the break. You're not looking to get a whole move to try to get like 100 points, okay? If you can just get a piece of a move, like 10, 15, 20 points, that's fine. Base hits add up. Okay, base hits will add up. Also, there's another thing you really have to think about. If you're trying to, so many people are looking at a 1 minute trying to go short. Okay, if you look at the 5 minute, look what we've done for the 5 minute. The 5 minute uh, OFB moving average, the order flow bar, the OFB moving average is sloping upwards. That is an upward trend. That is telling me I really do not want to be taking shorts right here. It's a counter trend trade. It needs to close below that average, and then the 5 minute needs to be sloping down on the OFB moving average. It needs to be sloping downwards. I don't try and get the whole 50 or 100 point move. I just try to get a piece of the pie. Now sometimes I will get a really nice move. And that's fine. Every now and then you get a home run. Last week, home run. Okay, on a short. That was great. Okay. That was great. But you gotta understand, where you are on the 5 minute as well. And if you played this, that was good. That was a nice short. You get yourself about, 10, 15, 20 points. That's fine. Uh, yeah, live pulse definitely. Live pulse is pretty nice. It's hard for me to trade because I've just traded off the Dom for so many years. Yeah, if you have the NQ June 26, let's say a minimum volume of 2, resting orders, just do a live pulse. Now, these bubbles that show up, the bubbles that show up, that is all the volume within 100 milliseconds. Okay, there's something that I really want to show you on the right here on the 1 minute. We had a sell and bounce on the 1 minute right here, and we're moving upwards. So that getting absorbed a little bit. Uh, Sell and balance is not really showing up. I mean, 300% more selling than buying. Maybe today the three would be good. I normally just do 4 and 3. I normally just do 4 and 3. So if we come up here to this area around 9:30, we had some selling up there, and it could come up here, and you had a sell and balance area. Now, if they break through it, then yeah, it's null void. But sometimes people like to, on the sell and balances, when it comes up to that area, they'll take a short and then they'll drift back down. But not all the time. You got some buyers sitting on the bid down here around 876 roughly. I don't know, around 878, somewhere around in this area. As you can see on the histogram, that bar is kind of wide, but also right here, it's kind of lit up down in this area where they're just sitting on the books. And you got to really be careful. See right there, if you came up here and you saw a lot of volume, and then you came up in this area around 9:30, you try to go short, and your stops is up here. And you've got the moving average right here on the 1 minute, kind of sloping downwards. And I'm going to add, I'm going to add the moving average to this chart, but it's going to be like a check mark, where it's just going to say MA for moving average. When you check it, it'll show the order flow bar moving average. But then I got to put in, that's going to have to be when I have the user settings, because you have to put in the period of what you want, like a 9 period or 21. So, so let's see if they get down here to the 880 area, if they start getting absorbed, if the selling stops, if we get down there. Because I have the resting orders set to 15. So if you set it to 30, kind of like I have large volume, the bubbles for the large volume have to show. Let me try and record this. Let me try and record this. I got a nice video for playing absorption levels on this site from 2 trades that were done last week. So this is, you have an absorption level right here. You've got the buyers coming in. So in this 1 minute, they got absorbed. But I like to see, I mean, you can, like, once we start picking up on the volume, we have a double stack, you can buy right there. You have a double stack buying balance, and it's forming out. If you get in at 896, and once you get about 10 points, you really 896. I'm trying to see where it's at. Uh, if you got in on the break of that, you're looking pretty decent up there at 9 1/4. You got some people sitting on the offer up there that keeps flashing. It's probably a spoofer that keeps flashing in and out, but they got absorbed right here in this area. I normally like to see a large seller come stepping in and then try to get that large seller, maybe 100 contracts, just sell contract kick in, and then they get absorbed. And when they break the high, that they cover, and then it just puts fuel to the fire. So right now, if you actually took that absorption trade right here and you had a uh, stacked buying and bounce area, but I mean, it could have easily gotten traded through and then come right back down. But if you're up like 10 points, plus you got some sell volume coming in, you have more selling than buying. You might want to lock in some profits and move to a break even and manage the trade and see if you can't get yourself a runner. Uh, but you're counter trend trading. You're counter trend trading because the 1 minute is sloping downwards like that. See the 1 minute sloping downwards, so you gotta be quick. And then you got the 5 minute that's looking like this. Okay. So you have to understand the larger time frame of the context of the market where you're at. And then you can use this level right here just to get yourself some quick 5, 10 points. Okay. And and I'm telling you, I know so many people want them 50, 100 pointers and pass evals in 1 to 2 days and get, I mean, come on. Your base hits are gonna pay you. Your base hits are gonna pay you. See, something like this, when you came down here and I set the resting orders to 30, okay? And now the large volume is set to 30. Now, if we switch this, oh, come on. Um, if if we switch this, yeah, I'm trying to figure out the way I like it set. Now, the way I like it set might be different than you. Uh, so right here we had resting orders of 30. Okay. We had 30 resting orders or more. Go away. Have somebody calling me. I need to put my phone on. We kind of drifted down. We got absorbed up in this area, and you saw those buyers come stepping in. But I don't just buy down here when I see buyers starting to come in. Some people do. I just don't. I wait for the bar to close. Now, if it shoots way up here on one bar, then I missed the trade. No big deal. You know, there's always more trades there that are going to come, either today or later in the week. There's always more trades. Who cares if you miss out? So then we had this bar right here, this 1 minute bar open up, and we had the the bids just sitting there on the book, and then we kind of broke the high right here of the previous 1 minute, and we had a stacked buy and balance area of 300%. But then you got to look at it, and you have to think like, okay, we don't have any large sellers right here. And then you're counter trend trading. So when you get up to this area, you really have to move it to break even. You got to do capital preservation. When you're up at least 10 points, okay? When you're up like 8, 9, 10 points, this is just my opinion. But it is ridiculous to take a full stop out down here. It's not needed. It's ridiculous. Okay, I don't care if you make 5 points and then you get stopped out. Like, who cares? Uh, I mean, if it comes back down and you can always get back into the trade. Okay, let's say you take 10 points here and then your runner gets stopped out. That's fine. You come back here and then you start surging and then hey, you can always get back in. Commissions are cheap. Just get back in. There's no need to take a full stop out. Okay. And I know a lot of these gurus are going to tell you, I want a 3 to 1 where I take a full stop out. Well, that's fine. If that's their trading plan, that's fine. Me, I like to scalp. Okay. I mean, I will take what the market's going to give me at the moment is what I like to do. Some people trade differently. Some people are going to take this stuff that I'm giving them and they're going to out trade me. Fine. I hope you do. So we came back here. We kind of sold off. We have this is a 1 minute. We're looking at 1 minute. We kind of have kind of like a P shape, and that is bullish. If we lose this area right here around 860, 865, that's not going to be good. If we lose 865, that's not going to be good. We could possibly come back down to 8.5. Of course, you have some people sitting on the books down there. The bids are sitting down there. As you can see on the histogram, that bar is kind of big. If you didn't even have, let's say the resting orders were set to 50. Okay. I mean, you don't have any resting orders. You can just use the histogram right here as like areas of support. Okay. But we'll just look at the histogram right here. Now, the thing is, if you played this absorption level right here and you made like 10 points off of that, that's great. Even if you made 5 points, that's great. I mean, on a mini 5 points, that's $100. Move on. Just move on. Okay, so what? So what? You made $100. Big deal. Um, If you took a full stop out, it's really not needed, because you come up here into this area right here. I don't even know what this, uh, this is tick merged to 4, okay? So each bar is one point on the NQ. On the ES, I don't do it because it's not needed. The ES is a thickly traded market. Um, and what you have to really look for, remember what I just said a few minutes ago at 865, if we lose that area, and look what we did. We came back down here. And the reason for that is because you have the volume right up in here, the volume right there, the volume right here. Okay, the delta on that bar right there, that 1 point bar, was pretty solid. But once we lose this area right here, okay, think of it, when I did the jigsaw trading, when I traded off the DOM, think of it this way. And this is the way that they taught me, how jigsaw trading taught me. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, let's blow this up. I don't care what the market's doing. Uh, we got this area right here. We bounced off. Okay, we have light area right there. That means low delta. We have dark area. That means good positive delta. We had this area right here. Good volume right here. Nice volume. Think of this as a ledge. You're like a person, and you're sitting and you're standing on this ledge. Okay, if you step forward, you're going to fall off. Okay, and you fall off, and there's nothing here to stop you. Okay, there's nothing here to stop you. So that's why I just assumed if we lost this area right here, like right around 866, I'm not sure, but in this area, I really need to develop a crosshair. For add-ons, NinjaTrader doesn't give you, like, if I right-click this chart, nothing. Okay, add-ons. I have to build everything out. I wish they had a module system where I could just plop stuff into the code, but oh well. Think of this as a ledge, and if you step off of it, you're going to free fall right down here. Okay, where's the ground? The ground is right here for your bid, so you're going to fall off and you're going to smack the ground. Okay, think of it that way. So then this bar opens up. Okay, and then look what happened. We fell off that ledge of the previous bar. You have to look at the ledge of the previous bar, and when this yellow line right here starts falling off, and you fall off, and you're going to smack the ground down here. Well, how many points is that gonna hurt? Think of a video game. You smack that point down, is that gonna be like, I really need a measurement. I need to develop a measurement tool. But when you smack that ground, that could be your stop loss, and that's how many points you're gonna lose. If you think of it this way. Hope that kinda makes sense. That's how Jigsaw taught me how to do it. Think of it as a ledge, and you fall off of it. You don't wanna be falling off ledges. But also, you have to look at the 1 minute. We're sloping downwards on the order flow bar moving average. We're sloping downwards. You really don't want to be taking uh, longs right up in this area. You really don't want to be taking them. And if you do, you probably take them right here because you've deviated from the moving average. The 9 order flow bar 9 EMA, you kind of deviated quite a bit from it. So you could bounce up to it because it likes to trade around the order flow bar moving average, which is basically Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with an exponential moving average. Okay, we have a buy and bounce right here, but you really don't want to do anything because you have to wait until it closes. And also, like I just said, you counter trend trading. You don't want to counter trend trade unless you are an experienced trader, and you don't want to be counter trend trading unless you are extremely disciplined. If you are not very disciplined, don't be counter trend trading. Just my opinion. That's just my opinion. So if you look at the 5 minute on order flow bar moving average, we're definitely sloping downwards. Now, could we bounce up into this area around 900? Yeah, sure. We could bounce up in that area. That's a counter trend trade. And if you want to do that on the 1 minute, then go for it. I mean, if you want to do that on a 1 minute, you have the order flow bar movement average sloping downwards. If you want to trade this, me personally, I would wait for it to close, but you got to get through all uh, that bubble profile right here. There were sellers up in the, you see those sellers? They were sellers up in that area. Okay. You got to break through them. And then you have this large seller right here up in this area up here. Okay. Not too large. It's kind of weak today, but that's what you're trading up against. If you try to go long here, I mean, right there's big resistance area right there at 905. Okay. That's what you have to think about. And look at the rest in order. It kind of up there. It's kind of spoofing in and out a little bit. This is the kind of stuff you really have to think about. This is the kind of stuff you really got to think about. Let me get this back up to 15. People like to see the heat map. They like to see a bunch of colors like a Christmas tree. We got a sell and balance area that just kicked off. They just smacking that bad boy right back down. So people tried to get long, and people tried to get, you had a little inside bar right there. That was pretty decent. You had an inside bar. You had some pretty decent sell volume right there, though. You had an inside bar. I mean, on a balanced area like this, I really don't want to be trading like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Past 5 minutes was a balanced area. I really don't want to be trading the inside bar. To be quite honest, I want to see a big move and then maybe an inside bar. Okay, not a consolidation with the inside bar, and then you try to go short if it breaks, or go long if it broke that. I mean, if you did, you made some money, maybe about 10, 15 points. But hey, we got a smackdown up in here. We got a smackdown. You have some pretty high negative delta right there. It was negative 248. I'm looking over at the other chart. We're breaking through this sell and bounce area, but it's only like 300%. Was it 400%? No, there's only one bar that was 400%. So, uh, but I wouldn't take it. Why? I wouldn't try and take that short off the sell and bounce when we ran up here. Why? Because we are in a consolidation area. We are in a balanced market for the past 5, 6 minutes. We're in a balanced market. I really don't want to be taking trades in a balanced market. And if you look at the 1 minute right here, look what it's doing. It's sloped down huge, okay? And then it's still sloping down. It's starting to flatline a little bit. You really don't want to be taking trades up in this area because it's a balanced market. Okay, right here, this area right here. You don't want to be taking trades anywhere up in here, long or short. You need to sit on your hands. You need to wait and see if it breaks up to find more value to the upside, or is it going to find value to the downside. You have to be disciplined and sit on your stinking hands and don't be taking trades because you're going to get chopped up and you're going to start losing money. And then you get ticked off, and then you get tilted, and then you end up blowing an account. I'm just hoping that a few people would listen to me. Okay, well, so we're starting to break down here, and we're breaking out of the balanced market area. But the thing you have to really think about is when we break out, and when we break out, how fast do we surge right back up into it? If we surge back up into this area right here, do we surge back up in here? Well, that just means that we just kind of poked down and we kind of came back up. If you try to do the breakout right there, then you really have to. I don't know. I don't like trying to trade breakouts on balanced areas unless I see some large participation. And that is exactly what we are missing throughout the whole day. Look at this day. Look at this day. If you look at today, let's go back to roughly about 9:30. So look at today. Look at all this participation, or shall I say, a lack of participation. Lack of participation from the buyers, to be quite honest. You got some participation for the sellers. Okay, fine. This is definitely a seller's market right here. Not very much. I mean, but you have a lack of participation for longs. There's no institutions or market makers that are slinging around large buy orders. So if they're not slinging around any large buy orders from like 9:30 to now, then why the heck should you even be slinging one mini? That's just my opinion. To be quite honest, it's boring today. Very boring. You got some sellers sitting up there about 8.95 roughly. Um, there was one thing that I was thinking about doing for the Dom right here. Once I see the once I see that everything is stable, uh, once I see if everything is stable for the order flow pulse and the order flow bar indicator, this will probably be next week when I do this, or in the future. I don't know. Well, what I would like to do, and I thought about it this weekend. You had Okay, if you're going for a breakout of this balanced area, you got volume in there, but you really need to see volume really picking up right up in here. And you don't need to see large orders sitting up here. You don't want to see. You see how it flashed a little bit. You don't want to see stuff like that. Now, if you go for a breakout, you need to see a large buyer just step right in. And I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing any large buyers just step right in. We have resting orders of set to 15. So 30 orders, I don't see any 30. They're kind of flashing right there. That's just some degenerate just flashing it. Um, you got some large volume up in here. It keeps flashing in and out. They're just playing little stupid games this morning. We are seeing a lack of participation from buyers. We are seeing a lack of participation. No enthusiasm from the buyers here. The big dogs really ain't playing today. The market makers probably are not going to play until after FOMC meeting, to be quite honest. And that's what these market makers do. Um, they're just grinding it up. Nothing from me to hear. If you watched me, you'll understand that I like to see participation from institutions and market makers, large participation, 50, 100, 200 contracts, so I can play off of that. So I can possibly try and play their pain. If they're short 200 contracts and we're popping and and it looks like we're going up, I'm trying to play off of a small short squeeze. I need, or if we're running up and we're sloping up on the order flow bar moving average on the 5 minute and the 1 minute, and I see a large buyer step in, then I'm going to get in there on the break of the high right there on the 1 minute because I'm using that as support. I'm playing off the backs of the institutions and the market makers. I don't take a whole lot of trades, but I try to take decent trades, and usually my batting average is between 65 and 75. So I try to keep it that way. Do. There's a lot of stuff I wanna do for this uh, order flow pulse. The volume profile I want to put up here. A volume profile. I really need a volume profile, kind of like how I have on the Dom. If I bring up my Dom, Kinda like how I mean, this is the prototype. This is the prototype. If you go to the site, portaflowbars.com, and you download this, you need to understand this prototype, and you need to understand there's no execution buttons. Will there be in the future? Yes. Right now, it's just a prototype. I need to get, the indicator and the other add-on locked down pretty tightly. Um, but we tick merge it. You got a volume profile right here. You can clear it out, and then it just builds it out. Um, the bids and the ask, they're color coded. It's a heat map, so you can see where the large orders are. And also, if it's above a bubble volume, let's say if it's above 20, okay? If it's above 20, bubble volume, see how it shows a little dot right there? It shows a little dot right there, a little dot right there. That's just bubble volume. That's just in these orders right here. These were just orders that got kicked off in this area. You don't know what time they get kicked off unless you really pay attention to the DOM. But you need to understand that this DOM is a prototype. Uh, but like that volume profile I had on there, I want to put a volume profile here. And also, I might add a delta profile as well. And then in the future, you'll be able to go to the settings, be able to pick and choose what you want to show. Do you want to show the DOM here? Okay, well you can click it, it shows it. If you want to show the volume profile, go to settings, click it, volume profile. You want to see the delta profile, click it, shows the delta profile. But that's in the future. That's in the future. We had a buy and bounce right up here. And another thing, what I like to see on these buy and bounces, as you can see right there, that was green all the way through. That buy and bounce is got absorbed. Okay. If you look at this, okay, let me take this. Let me get up here to maybe 20, maybe 30. Okay. So the heat map's only going to show 30 or more resting orders. But right up here, we had a buy and balance, and you could see that the delta, the bar right there was pretty solid green. So that's telling you high positive delta. But what this is telling me is we had a buy and bounce up top here, and we kind of drifted down, but with decent delta right there. Okay. I mean, if you look at the previous bar, it's negative 38 delta. I'm looking at the other order flip bars chart, but this is telling me that there's absorption right there. Okay. So when you get in on this candle, maybe if you travel back up here, you could possibly try and get a short off because they got absorbed up here and they travel back down. Maybe you can get one off real quick. You got to have a tight stop. You got to have a tight stop up here because if it breaks up here, it could shoot up. See how it's breaking on volume and delta? You see how that's breaking? I mean, I wouldn't have tried and take that short, to be quite honest, because look at the order flow bar moving average. It's sloping upwards. That's telling you bullish for the 1 minute. And if you look at the 5 minute, the 5 minute is flatlining on the order flow bar moving average. So, and if you did get on the break of that, get yourself 10 points, sell some, move to a break even. But I wouldn't have tried to trade. I like trading uh, the imbalanced absorption areas when you're kind of like, let me see if I can't find one. Mm, Like, okay, at 940, like up in this area right here. Okay, on this candle right here, up here, um, if there was a buy and bounce right here, then we ran up and you're counter trend trading when you're doing that, though. You gotta understand you're doing that, and you gotta have you gotta be disciplined, take your stop outs, and try to get green at 10 points pretty quickly, and then just move to a break even to see if you can get a move. I'm just seeing a lack of anything from the buyers. Uh, and if you did try to buy right there, you need to understand on the 5 minute, we were kind of flatlining a little bit, but you got to understand you're right here in this area. You had a buying bounce and you're trying to break that, but you got all these sellers right here, right here. You had these sellers right here. Okay. And you're looking at the order flow pulse and you're trying to buy this right here. Well, you got all of that selling resistance right there. And that selling resistance right there, yes, it ran up, but they are showing that they're willing to sell in that area. So that's something you really have to think about. That's why I want to get the volume profile up here and be able to show where the buyers and sellers are so I can actually see it on the order flow pulse. Because in the future, what I would like to do, I'm not going to be trading off of the order flow bar indicator. This one right here, the order flow bar indicator is great uh, for like candlesticks and stuff. But and I'm always going to have it for people because most people probably don't even want to trade off of a chart like I'm showing right here, the main chart. Uh, but what I would like to do is eventually be able to not even have to use the order flow bar indicator. I'll still have it there for people that want it. But me personally, I'll just be trading off a chart like this. But I got to code in some of this stuff. I've got the imbalance areas in there this weekend, which was pretty significant for me to get that in there. And then I got where you can drag the timeline, drag this around, and if you double click it, it goes back. Um, just little by little, add in features little by little, test it, a couple of days, see if it breaks, see if any issues come up, things like that. Because if you add way too much stuff in, and then you just go ahead and release it, and then you see some little whacked out stuff, it's kind of hard to be like, well, I added like 4 or 5 things. What could it be? Yeah. I mean, I did add the imbalance areas and then the zoom right here. And then I fixed the DOM right here for the 5 minute. When you were looking at a 5 minute right here and you stacked and balanced it to, I mean, that's when you tick merged it to four or tick bin, that's what bin means. It just merges it 4 ticks to 1 point. Each bar is 1 point. On a 5 minute, the DOM over here, the bids and the ask were kind of, it was a little wacky. So, and I think I fixed that because I looked at it this morning. I think I fixed that. See, I have some large orders up in here. You see, you had those orders right there. That's why I was saying you had people willing to sell in that area, and you were had a buy and balance right here, and it's kind of like, I mean, you had a buy and balance right there, which means you had sellers all up in this area right here, and then you had, yeah. So you had people that were willing to sell in that area, trying to go long. It's not a good idea. Not a good idea. And plus, if you actually look at it, I mean, look at this. I mean, what are you seeing? A lack of participation. You're seeing a lack of participation from buyers. So you had a buy and bounce right here, and yeah, you probably got yourself maybe 5, 10 points out of that. But why take that risk? The odds are not in your favor. I'm seeing a lack of participation from buyers at all. I haven't seen a single one order of 30 or more contracts from an institutional market maker. Not a single one. It's a boring day. extremely boring. And see what I talk about with the 5 minute right here? The 5 minute, boom. Look at that. You had to get through that area right there. You had to get through that area right there. Oh, come on, get out of here. You had to get through this area right here, and you're trying to buy right there in that area? No. Nope. When you're down here and you have to break through that, no. Because right here, even though they were selling and we did drift up, they were willing to sell right there. And to be quite honest, that's not, I don't think that's retail traders slinging around 40, 30, 100 contracts. They could be a retail trader with a large pocketbook, but if they are, they're in the same realm of the institutions and market makers. And what these market makers do, what these market makers do, what these market makers do is institutions will come up and be like, hey, we got 10,000 contracts that we need to unload. And then you got the market makers be like, okay, I'll buy some of that. And then they'll hedge against it. And then they'll unleash them throughout the day. That's what they do. That's how you can get these large orders kick off. But if you look at level two on the books, it doesn't. You have like 100 contracts kick off in one area, and then you're like, well, wait a minute. The level two, it didn't even show 100. It only showed like 20. Well, uh, they play on a different scale than we do. They play on a the level 2 is only a snapshot. It's only a snapshot of it at that moment, okay? And we're talking trading in milliseconds. It's just a snapshot. And they don't have to release that information. The only information they gotta release is, "Hey, when it actually gets executed, boom, it goes to the CME." Yeah. Well, at least today I was able to test. I think I fixed that memory leak on the order flow bars indicator. I hope I did, because that was annoying. It was actually something wrong with the order flow bar indicator. Everything you see on here has to be painted, kind of like a canvas. Think of the background as a canvas. Every little heat map, every little thing heat map, that little yellow line, the green, the bars, the green and red bars and everything, the imbalance areas, the histogram over here, everything has to be painted. And when you have so much stuff being painted and you have all the level two that's really kicking off a lot of volume and everything, if you if you're not thread locking stuff, and if you're not managing, like, hey, I got to drop some of this stuff off, it can get overwhelmed. And what Ninja Trader does, they have a system where if it gets overwhelmed, if a chart gets overwhelmed, it does what's called a force reset. And that's what it was doing on this right here. It was doing a force reset. After about an hour of the market being open, and I was running level two on the order flow pulse, it was force resetting this, and it was just clearing everything out. And it was annoying. I was like, well, it didn't do it before. Well, before I wasn't running order flow pulse with level two. And what was happening was the level 2, it was just kicking off so many other things on there, even though the indicator and add-on are totally separate. It was just kicking things off in the system, and it was just kind of bad. So I had to cache some of the painting stuff that you see. and it seems like it actually is moving around pretty decent. Uh, Before it used to be like a lag. It would lag. I mean, it's 11 o'clock, and by 11 o'clock, it would start lagging. And that's because it was just eating up resources. And then finally, Ninja Trader said, I've had enough. Force reset, force reset. But now it seems like it's pretty decent. Hopefully, I fixed that issue. And on the 5 minute, bring up a. Here, let's look at the ES. It's kind of boring today. I got to leave here in about 20 minutes. I'm going to keep the stream open, then I'll be back. Uh, uh, let's look at June 26th. Minimum volume of 25, large volume, I don't know, 50, resting orders of 50. We don't need to tick bin it, tick merge it because ES is a thickly traded market. The imbalance area is probably go to 3, maybe 2. Let's look at a 5 minute. Okay. So on a 5 minute, this is what the ES is on a 5 minute. It's actually looking pretty decent. The ES, I traded ES for quite a while. ES is really nice. If you're trying to buy on the stacked and balance areas, you need to buy when there's big volume with the stacked and balance. And I'm gonna have a setting up here, and balance percent levels, and then uh, it's gonna be when I do the user settings with the cogwheel. Uh, you so you can be like, hey, only want to see a stacked and balance when it's like 50 or more contracts. Okay, because usually when it's like 5, 10 for the ES, it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of low. Right now it's set to like, I don't know, 2. So it's kind of low. Uh, but that's going to be a user setting where you can actually choose how much where, volume needs to happen in an imbalance area. And we're kind of popping a little bit on there. But the 5 minute right here, do, do, do. On the 5 minute right here, it was kind of jacked up a little bit. It was showing like, it would show the bids, past history bids up here and offers, and it was just and I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. I think it's pretty good now. If you try to tick bin this to 4 ticks, see how it squishes it down? I mean, that's like one whole point on the ES. That's kinda a little hard to do, but on the NQ, it's kinda like that. Ah, look at that. Look at the lonesome 32 contracts that kicked off at that 1 point area. That is all we've had all day long from you people. Thank you. I enjoy that. And you'll probably get smacked down for that. And you can change this on the fly to show. There we go. There was a imbalance area right there. Let's bring up a this. I guess I'm hoping it fixed it. If I can go about 3 or 4 hours, that not that chart not getting a hard reset from NinjaTrader, then I think I have fixed it. Let's go to NQ. Let's go to June. Good minimum volume of 2 large orders, resting orders on a 5 minute. Let's just go here. Let's go tick merge that to 4 ticks to 1 bar will be 1 point. We'll go to 5 minutes. We'll go to 3 and 3, I guess. Yeah, that's what we have here. So this is a 5 minute NQ June expiration. And before, this is version 1.0.5, so you need to update if you haven't. This right here, it would kinda get whacked out a little bit. Yeah, just go ahead and send a pic out. Are you on MNQ? Yeah, you're still on 1.0.3. Yeah, I would update it, but, are you on NQ or MNQ? Alrighty. Yeah, so the DOM right here on the 5 minute, when it was tick merged, it would be kinda a little wacky. The bids would be hashed up here on the offers because of prior. I think I fixed that. And that went away. That is not good. So that was after that was when I opened up this one. That's when I opened up that one. When I opened up that one, I got blanked out. That could have been a forced reset on that add-on. That got blanked out. This is still working. This is the main indicator. I think that was running at 9 o'clock, so about 2 hours. So that was order flow pulse. Order flow pulse. Um, 2 hours running. Opened other opened other 5 minute window. Then 1 minute reset. Yeah, that was a little strange. And what I'm thinking is that is a issue that I just have to reset stuff. Okay, so if that got reset but order flow bars indicator did not. I think I fixed order flow bars indicator. Now I have to look at some uh, issues with the order flow pulse. Yeah, that could be. Are you on Rhythmic? I'm on Bullnox using Rhythmic. Alrighty. Legends is creative eight. Yeah, it could that I in the future that could be an issue. Now, if all right, I'll make a note of that. I need to start. I think Lucid. I don't think my Lucid account is still there. Wait a minute. Oh, I need to. Can't remember which one that was. Trader, not Trader. Big Profit Trader. I think. I'm not sure. I don't know where I got that account. Um, yeah, I need to get level two for other ones. I need to get it for Rhythmic and Trade of Eight. I need to get it for both of them. Um, Now, if that issue showed up and we were both running on Rhythmic, that would be kind of weird. But I can understand that with one running Rhythmic, the other one running Trade of Eight, because we're just using the demo connections on Rhythmic and Trade of Eight. Um, One might print something different than the other. Yeah, what I really need to do is get level two and show the charts without. So we are not seeing much this morning. It's 11:30. It's been running for 2 hours, and this has not gotten reset. So hopefully that has been fixed. To be quite honest, because this is the main chart, the main indicator, the main chart. I think most people are going to be using, and this needs to work solid for it to be uh, fully released. The DOM, that's prototype. The DOM is going to be free to use for a while. the DOM is gonna be free to use for a while because that's just a prototype. Um, my main concern is order flow bars indicator. That's the main I would say the main priority is order flow bars indicator. And then the second one is the order flow pulse right here. Okay. Uh, so order flow bars indicator is my main uh, priority, and then order flow pulse is my second. Yeah, the order flow pulse, um, I mean, what I've done is I've added, well, of course, the dragging for the price line, and I've added the stacked imbalance with a little bit more logic than just the imbalance in the levels. I've added some stuff in the back end for that. Um, I mean, right now it's 1.0.5 is the one that I'm on. Um, but I would definitely update uh, the order flow bars indicator because there was a performance issue that was fixed. Yeah, yeah, because you have to restart and do all that other stuff. Yeah, it's not uh, worth. You can do it like after lunch, whatever. Eventually, I'm gonna have probably one connection set with Rhythmic and the other one set to Tradevate and have the same charts up and see what lines up. I mean, if different data connections could be different, it's just the way that orders come in. 150. Let's see, is the site 1.0.5? Yeah. They had 150 contracts kick off. That was by institutional market maker. That's one order, 150 contracts. Um, so that's institutional market maker. Pretty high positive delta, 241 delta. So that's pretty high positive delta, 241. I want to eventually get the delta on the order flow pulse because eventually I just want to be using the order flow pulse and then not even have to use this right up in here. Uh, And another way, uh, this is another thing that I used to trade a lot was having like 3 or 4 green bars that kind of ran up, and then you have a micro pullback like this right here, and it bounced. Now, back in the day, before I had my own order flow bar moving average, I would just use the non EMA. It would run up to a micro pullback, and as long as it wouldn't go below the non EMA, and then you can get in on the break right here, and then try to run it up. Uh, and if you do those micro pullbacks, I mean, you got yourself about 10, 12, about 10 points on that one. Uh, but if you make those plays like that, where was that? 11, 15, roughly. So that was like right in this area right here. So we had a nice run up, and then we had a micro pullback, and then you break that area right there. You had that green right there with the large volume, and you have small volume red, which is pretty good. And then you get in on the break of that. I need to add the moving average to order flow pulse, but I'll do that later. I want to add little by little because if any issues come up, I need to understand what was added. Um, yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, as long as it's like 95% accurate between Rhythmic, Trade of Eight, or whatever, then and that was good to take, a run up and a micro pullback, and then a break of that area, and that was on that low volume because look at the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute chart, the 5 minute chart is sloping upwards, which is nice. The order flow bar moving average is sloping upwards, so you can take those micro pullbacks. And if you have to wait like 1 or 2 hours to get one, then hey, wait, it's well worth it. Well worth it. We have a buy imbalance. Yeah. I got some different logic running on the buy imbalances. I know I'm in balance of 400% in levels of three. That could get taken away, which it did. There's some stuff in the background, in the back of the code that I'm doing for the uh, imbalance areas. Plus, this one right here, this 1 minute is not tick merged. Uh, and plus, I don't have the other logic running on it. And this one's tick merged, and I have different logic. I'm still doing diagonal and balance checking, not horizontal. It is diagonal. Let's just go ahead and recenter that. Ready. All right, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna keep the stream running, but I'm gonna have. I'll be back here pretty shortly. In about 15, 20, about 20, about 30 minutes. I'll be back. I'm just gonna keep the stream running. Maybe I should just tell. Alrighty. Let's see. I am back. As I can see, nothing happened. All right. Okay. Well, we had 150 come off, then we have 33. There ain't much going on. I had 150 lot up there, then we just kind of consolidated around, then we had a 33, then we kind of sold out 33. That 150 kind of got caught. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to try and trade that, you possibly could have. Um, oh, come on there, Ninja Trader. What you got going on? Yeah, I mean, if you look at a 5 minute, you possibly could have tried to go sure you closed below the order flow bar moving average. You got 33 loss and 32 and 153. I mean, if you go short on the 5 minute right here, you probably just get yourself about 10, about 20 points. Nothing's going on today. So really, it's just not a good day to trade, to be quite honest. I mean, we opened up right here at 9:30 and we just been bouncing around. There ain't nothing going on. Um, yeah, there's not much going on today. We got FOMC meeting Wednesday. Tuesday could be even be worse, but who knows? Because we really don't know what these institutions and market makers do. Right now, we've got in the sell and bounce area. Let me on the 5 minute. You got this area right here. We kind of broke down. They had sell and bounce, persistent selling. You could try to get in there and get yourself 10 points, but to be quite honest, it's not even worth it to even put the risk on, to be quite honest. This market is just kind of just consolidating, bouncing up and down. It ain't doing much. I mean, look what we've done all morning. We've just kind of, as you can see here, we've not really done very much. Yeah, probably just come down to this area. There ain't much going on. Not much is going on. I mean, so, well, we could probably try and look at some of these imbalance areas. So we got a, yeah, it's not much going on. Yeah, and that river is going to get higher. It's raining pretty hard here in the Northeast. Guess it's all righty. Not much is going on, folks. We just got I mean, we broke this balance area, but just kind of selling off a little bit. Who knows what these people are going to do? Right now, we've got on a 5 minute, we have a really nice sell off right here. I mean, you could have got yourself maybe 20 points out of that so far. We have another sell and bounce right here, but we're down at the low, which is a little risky to be doing. But hey, if you want to try and take something like that, you got 246 negative delta right there on that 5 minute candle. Um, Realistically, if you wanted to short, you just short right here on the break of this little consolidation area on that sell and balance, but we kind of closed above it, which I don't like doing. And then we had persistent selling. You could have trying to get in a little bit right up in here and put your stop up here. Um, Quite frankly, I would not be trying to do much of anything today, to be quite honest. I haven't taken a single trade. I'm just not feeling it today. So this has been running. Do, do, do. 30, so hopefully that 9:30 has been running since 9:30, 9 o'clock, 8:50, since about 8 o'clock. So it's about 2.5 hours, and it hasn't reset. So hopefully, I have fixed that memory leak issue. Yeah, I'm actually from Virginia. I was born and raised in the Shenandoah Valley, and I worked in D.C. for quite a while. Hopefully, this is not going. This just is okay. What's the stream health? Excellent. Okay. Um. Yeah, I was born and raised in Virginia, and I worked in D.C. with Booz Allen Hamilton as a government contractor for quite a while as a software engineer. Uh, yeah, we're not doing very much. We got some bids sitting down in here right off the lows, so we're not doing very much. FOMC meeting Wednesday. I'm just sitting here watching the market, seeing if there's any issues of the code that I wrote this afternoon. Seeing if there's any issues, which I've seen one with the order flow pulse. I think I've fixed the order flow bars indicator, so that hopefully is good to go. There's a performance thing that was really good. So it seems like performance is a little bit better. I'm able to drag the chart around easily. So I think that was a performance boost for that version. For order flow bars indicator, we are on version 1.0.0.5. Order flow pulse, we're on 1.0.5. So there is an issue that I saw. There is an issue I saw with order flow pulse earlier. It's when I started bringing up 2 or 3 order flow pulses and start having them run. I think I got overwhelmed, and then, NinjaTrader just kinda reset the chart right here. So I'm thinking I might have to I gotta look at, the code for that. Um, I might have to free up some stuff. Uh, I'll have to look at it. There could be some stuff that I could cache as far as painting. The problem is when you have charts like this, and there's a lot of platforms that, do this. I know Motorway, when they did their heat map thing, they had issues of it being extremely slow, and then they fixed it, and then it was pretty good, because the problem is when you're building stuff out like this, you have to paint every single little color and object and everything, and it takes a lot of resources, and you have to manage that and clear it out when it's not needed. Especially, and then when you bring in level 2, you got some thread locking stuff that you have to worry about. There's quite a bit of stuff you have to worry about, and Bookmap does it very well. I don't know what language Bookmap is written in. Ah, Herndon. Okay. We have a sell imbalance. It just went away. Um, we have a sell imbalance that just went away. Let's see. Alrighty. Forgot what I was doing. Yeah, we're still selling off on a 5 minute. I mean, you look at the 5 minute here, we're definitely sloping downwards. But the thing is, we've deviated quite a bit from the order flow bar moving average. And basically, what that is just a Higanashi smoothed out data with the non EMA. That's just basically what that is. Uh, so we might bounce and come back to it. That's a counter trend trade. You got to be careful with these counter trend trades. You got to be quick to move to a break even, at least I do, and try to get a run. So yep, not much is going on. Probably won't be. Mhm. So we're not doing very much. Just consolidating. A slow day. We've had a little bit of participation, not much. A lack of it on the buyers. We had a little bit of participation. Uh, there is not much going on. I'm trying to let's see what the ES. So bring up the order flow pulse. When I bring this up, let's whoops. Take a look at this. Let's bring up the ES on the June 26th. A minimum volume of 25 and large order of 50. Resting orders probably 25 and tick bin it. We don't need to tick bin the ES because it's thickly traded market. We can do a 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. Let's look at the 1 minute. Well, the imbalance we'll just do to three, and then the levels of two, and then we'll just click apply. And then it'll fill out the data. As you can see here, it kind of filled out some data because it loaded up like 500,000 ticks. That resting order is kind of too much. Put it up to 50. Um, as you can see on the ES, we've had some stacked sell imbalances quite a bit. I mean, the ES is really good to trade on imbalance areas. At least I've always liked to, not in consolidation areas like this. This kind of crap right here is not good to trade. You need it to run. I mean, it's not doing. I'm not even tick bending this at all, and this is just flat. It's just flat. We had a nice little run right here. It's just kind of flat. It's not doing very much. Mm, yeah, it's not doing very much. We have the little consolidation area right there. Then we kind of broke through. On this, when you see a triple stacked imbalance area like this on the ES, that's pretty good. You can probably try to get in right here, and then your stop is going to be up here where the third one is, right up in here. And then you can probably get yourself a few points, 100, $200 maybe on this candle. I really need to code in a crosshair, not a crosshair. I really need to code in when I right click, I can just drag down and it tells me automatically how many points it is. Um, Maybe I can get that done sometime this week. That'll be a nice to have. Just so you can, if you see a stacked imbalance, you can right click and just drag up here and it'll tell you automatically, like, hey, that's how many points it is, so you know how much to risk. So yeah, you could have gotten in on that. That was a pretty decent one. We had 64 buy contracts kick off on the ES. I have a large volume set to 50. So I had 64 contracts buy kickoff. We've got a stacked sell and a stacked buy right there. There's a little battle going on with the buyers and sellers. We got some resting orders up there at 67.45 on the ES. So you'd have to break through all of that. And those resting orders of 50 or more. Now the ES, we have no. There's not even enough volume in here to even show the numbers. Yeah, that's too bad. I had a buy and bounce right here. If we can break this high and travel through here, we could probably get up to 67 and a half. Keep an eye on this. Let's see what I mean, balance percentage 300. Let's see what the levels are like. Two. Well, if I did do it equals two, is that going to throw an error? No, it's not going to throw an error, but it's not going to do anything. It needs to throw an error to let you know it was invalid. Got 300 imbalance and levels of two, and we got some stacked areas. This is just kind of doing nothing, to be quite honest. The whole market is not really doing much. Yeah, nice meeting you guys too. Uh, you know, so when you do these stack sell imbalances, this is what I want to do later on. Once I understand that this is pretty solid with the order flow pulse, I don't want to add too much. The imbalance area and stuff and stuff that I added this weekend, I probably don't want to add too much this week. I want to see how this runs and fix some errors and some issues that I see coming in. Um, and then once that's fixed, then we can move on to other stuff. We have 67 and a half. You got some resting offers up there. But what I'd like to do on these sell and balance areas like the ES, have it extend out like maybe 5 bars in the beginning. But then later on, when it does get released, um, I mean, it's already released. You can use it for free. But once we really get it out there, what I'd like to do is get a user setting and actually have it set to where, oh, I only want to show 2 bars. So it would extend out to here. Or I want to show 5, or I want to show 10. It would go out to like 10 minutes. It would just bring it out. And if it travels through it, then it would take it away. It would just cut it off. That's what I would like to do. We've got some buy-in stepping in on ES right there. As you can see, we've got a little buy-in stepping in right there. I got a sell and balance and then went away. They're going to defend that area, that sell and balance area. So trying to go long would be kind of risky, to be quite honest. I mean, we are sloping upwards, but going long on that would be kind of risky, to be quite honest, because you got a lot of sell and bounce areas. There's a lot of sellers, and that's a pretty big, thick area right there. But that was low volume. Yeah, and I need to set the imbalance volume user setting so the user can actually set the imbalance percentage, which we're at 300%, and the level's at 2 for the ES. So where you can set the minimum volume. Yeah, that's pretty strong. ES is trying to pick up. We got a 50 lot that kicked off, 50 contracts that just kicked off right there. Are we going to go up there and test the 67 half? We don't know. Looks like we are. You're going to go test them right there on the histogram. You got a nice thick area. We've got resting orders. I have it set to 50, and the large volume is set to 50. So these resting orders that gets up in here, you could possibly see a bubble kick off with 50 contracts. We had the NQ just go negative on the sell imbalance. So the ES might follow. Who knows? But we got some volume coming in. There's more buy-in than selling right now. Yeah, we got some resting orders up there at 67.50. So not much is going on. Let me check. Uh, yeah, we got all right. So we're testing the 67.5. We're going to test it. Looks like. Wonder what we're going to do. Do. I wonder what we are going to do. 67.5. Um, there we go. Yeah, 67.5. We don't have any rest. They're not sellers are getting taken out at 67.50. For these buy and balances right here, it's pretty high positive delta right there on the ES. Right there, that bar, solid green, that means high positive delta. When you see where it's the opacity is really light, like that red, that means it's very low negative delta. That's solid green, it means high positive delta, but we are kind of getting smacked down a little bit. We just have to look to see where you're at, which is right here in this area, this consolidation area. We're right there in that consolidation area right there. So that is to be expected. If we come up here, like I said, if we can break that area and we could break this right here, these sellers probably test the 67.50s, and we kind of did a little bit. Uh, it's just kind of hard to trade today. Not much is moving, not much is going on. What is the four looking like? The four looking pretty good. How about 500%? That's a little, but there was, I'm going to have to work on the imbalance a little bit. What in the world was that? Let me bring this back. Oh, that's a was that a big imbalance area? Yes, it was. That was pretty large right there. I got to set the volume for this. Yeah, so it kind of popped up, kind of a low positive delta, and we kind of drifted back down a little bit. We could possibly bounce up. What I like to do for the imbalances, I like seeing the imbalances at least half of the candle when you're doing buys. Like if we come back here, like this right here, this imbalance area right here, that imbalance area was kind of low on the candle. Okay, and I don't like that. I like seeing it up top. That one was kind of low. I like seeing it at least half or more of the candle for me to really get in. That's just me, though. Now, I'm going to put a volume profile here as well. I'm going to put the volume profile on here so we can have that, and then possibly try to get a delta profile as well. And that's really all I'm going to be doing. Is the DOM right here with the biz and ask, and then I'm going to put the volume profile and the delta profile right here, and that's about it. And then in user setting, you can choose if you want to see all three of them or choose whichever one you want to see. Right here, we have a, I mean, imbalance is only set to 3, which is kind of weak, to be quite honest. And the levels are set to 2, which is I like having them set to 4 and 3 on the N cube, but we're kind of slow today. So you can kind of bump that down a little bit. We had a little buy and balance area right there, and we have a buy and balance right there. Buy and balance area right there. So, but we're kind of just selling off. I'm not seeing where that an A plus setup for imbalance area would be a bubble that shows with an imbalance in the same bar. That is pretty decent setup. As you can see here, we've got more selling, more selling volume up in here with high negative delta right there because that 1 point bar was quite solid with the opacity. This is high positive delta right there, so you can actually just kind of look and see and gauge the delta. Now, eventually, I'm going to have the delta and the volume printed down here, down at the bottom, like a regular footprint chart. Once I get this locked in and it's running smooth and everything's running good, we got 2 bars. I mean, it's running okay. What I'm eventually going to do is have an actual footprint chart, like a legitimate, real footprint chart with the bids and ask, and you'll be able to see the stacked imbalances, stuff like that. If you want to show the heat map, you can show it. There'll be options like that. Like I want to have like the 1 minute and actually choose what kind of bar type you want to see. Do you want to see the volume? Like this is just a volume right here and then shaded for the delta. Or you could flip it. You'd be like, instead of volume bars, I want to show delta bars with the volume being shaded in. And then be able to show like a real thin candlestick with the bids and ask. But that will be in the future. All right, I'm gonna keep this ES order flow pulse running, and then I'm gonna keep the NQ one running. What I'm gonna do is just keep them running. I'm gonna see if the order flow pulse gets zeroed out in about if either one of these get like a hard reset from Ninja Trader in about an hour. Because that happened earlier this morning. I think I had like 2 or 3 of them up. And that could just be a resource issue, that I might have to manage. But we've got quite a bit right up here. I mean, the order book is all the way up here at 6802. I mean, I don't think that's really needed. We got some resting orders up here on the ES at 6758. And they got some up in this area in the N cube around 24, 910, around the 910 area. They had some resting up in there, and they might switch on. But right now, we're just slowly grinding up. We are sloping upwards. We're slowly grinding up. I mean, if I'm looking at a 5 minute on the NQ, this is the NQ June contract. I'm not trading the March. I'm looking at the NQ June contract. Uh, was it uh, the 20th, March 20th is the last trading day. So we have a lot of large selling area right here, as you can see right here on the bubble profile. If we can get past this area, if we can close up here and get past this area right up in here around 915, we might be able to possibly test the 935. But you had a lot of sellers up in this area that you have to think about prior. Are they still there? We have no idea. But you had some sellers right up in this area right here, and you really have to be cognizant of what has happened in the past. We had sellers that were interested. Now, did they get out here? Well, we had some more up here, and then it kind of ran back down. We're making higher lows right here on the 5 minute. So if we can hold this area right here, we might be able to test 935. I mean, and then again, that's really hard to trade because you're right here in the middle of all this slop right here on the 5 minute. And I just don't like trading the middle of a range like that. I like trading down at the bottom or the top of a range is what I like to do, not in the middle of the slop. And there's one thing that I've noticed with NinjaTrader. When you go to workspaces and you save your workspace, it saves it for their chart, but the order flow pulse is an add-on and it doesn't save it. So you have to kind of like bring it back up now, and then you have to re-add these numbers, which is kind of annoying. Um, and in the future, when we have the user settings, little cogwheel, I'm going to be looking into actually saving that data. So when you bring it back up, it just loads it right back in. Your last thing that you changed, the last settings that you had, it just loads it back up. But it's kind of annoying with NinjaTrader. So to work, I mean, I guess it's kind of difficult for them. I don't know. I don't know their back end code. But workspaces, if you have an add-on, you think it would actually save it. I guess not. What's that, Georgie? Yeah. All righty. Okay. Well. All right. All right. Let's get going. Okay. What we're gonna do? Live pulse. Let's check out the live pulse for the ES. What do we have here? Minimum volume of 25. That's the 39 contract kickoff. Let's say 5. All right, let's take a look at the ES. Whoa, look at the big old bubbles. Um, Large volume, resting orders of 50. I don't know. Let's go to 25. Whoa, that's a lot. So 40, that's quite a bit. Whoa, something just kicked off. What we got here going on at 1 o'clock? The bubbles are going nuts. What we got going on? What? Let's take a look at financial juice. Take a look at financial juice. Trump news conference at 12. I mean, what are they saying something? Trump running his mouth saying something? Who knows? All I know is that we going up. Now let's sit here and focus on this, man. I want to see stack levels 3. We're going to get some volume kicking in. I don't see anything regional emergency. When did that happen? 12:30. That was about half hour ago. Need to know market risk. I don't know. Once I get all this stuff wrapped up, once I get the order flow bars indicators pretty much wrapped up, the order flow pulse, we are getting there, folks. We are getting there. And then the DOM, once that's wrapped up, once the indicator and the 2 add-ons are wrapped up and they're pretty solid and not much issues and it's working. The next thing I would really like to do, and this is going to be months down the road, is a news window for Ninja Trader. I'd like to do a news window, red folder event news window, have some streaming news, have some news, like red folder events, have a section in there for like the S&P 500 NASDAQ for like when breaking news comes out for like NVIDIA, Apple, Google, whatever, things like that. But that's going to be in the future. I got to get the indicator and the 2 add-ons wrapped up first. I bit off more than I can chew with the 3 things I got going right now. The DOM is still a prototype. That's going to stay a prototype until the order flow pulse gets locked down. Once this gets locked down and is doing good, then we will move on to that DOM. And the DOM's working. I mean, if you look at it, the DOM's working. I mean, if we tick bend this to 4, I mean, the DOM is working. And then we just order that to 20. I mean, the DOM is working. It's got a nice profile. You got the delta profile. You got the bid and yes, got the heat map on the bids and offers up there. You got the little dots with the bubble volume of 20 that show up that give you an indicator of, hey, there's some resting orders above 20 sitting there for you. I mean, we have the buy and sell bubbles right here. They're set to 20. I'll set them to 30. I normally like them being set to 30 on the NQ. And this is the March contract. What am I doing on the March contract? Let's jump over here to the June. Let's jump over here to the June, and it loaded up like 185,000 ticks worth of history. But the DOM, what I really need to do is get the execution buttons working, which is going to be quite significant coding, to be quite honest. It's going to be little by little. We're going to have some market buttons, some limit buttons first, and then the P&L is going to show. Once that's working, then it needs to show up on the DOM where you got in, maybe a P&L column, things like that. But the DOM is going to be a pretty significant feat. And also, execution orders on the order flow pulse here would be nice. I mean, you can do it right here on the chart trader. You can enable chart trader and that window pops up. Because this is an indicator, I'm able to leverage all of what NinjaTrader gives, since that's an indicator. But since this is an add-on, they give you absolutely nothing. You got to code every single thing in yourself. You even have to code the window to even pop up and show. So, and when I right click, nothing happens. The sliding of this right here, I had to code that in. That's not NinjaTrader doing it for you. All this, everything has to be coded. That's the bad thing about add-ons. I wish they had a module system where you could kind of like module system to kind of like plug in the chart trader and stuff for an add-on. You know, that would be pretty nice. Uh, but you work with what you got. You work with what you got. So we broke that area. I don't know what kind of news that was. If anybody knows what that was, I don't know what that was. Uh, Trump news conference. I don't know. Maybe Trump farted during the news conference and it kind of rallied a little bit. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, and the Dom, yeah, the Dom. Are you talking about the Delta? Oh, the Delta. Uh, you know the Delta. I mean, what about us changing it the moving price? That this red and green right there is the spread in between that. Uh, uh, yeah, that's the spread in between that. You know what I could do? They're hard to see. Yeah. So what I could do is I could just this will be an easy fix, and actually might look halfway. It might look actually better. Be quite honest, because it kind of looks like a Christmas tree lit up or a rainbow, whatever. What I could do is just take the green right here. I think it's like a lime green or whatever, and actually make it blue, like the profile right here. Actually, kind of make it blue. Right now, it's hard coded in just because I don't have the. Uh, I mean, it'll be easy for me to change colors, and that actually might look halfway decent just to have it blue, so it'd be easier to see, and then I can just throw that up on the site, and you can download it. Um, in the future, you are going to have a settings up here where you can actually click on the settings and change the colors and everything. Uh, that's going to be in the future. Uh, like right now, if if you look at the settings, like right here on the indicator, on the order flow bars indicator, you can change all the colors. Like you can really customize the color. You can customize the opacity of the bubbles, the size and the text of the bubbles. I mean, all that's going to be there for the order flow pulse and the DOM, but that's going to be in the near future, just because it takes so much time to do that kind of stuff. And right now, I just want to try to get the main bugs and stuff kind of worked out on the order flow pulse. Uh, yeah, I'll change that color. Actually, I don't like it either, to be quite honest. Now that you brought it up, it kind of looks like crap, to be quite honest, that green. Uh, I can change that to like a blue, like it shows up on the histogram here. Now, this yellow, that's the point of control. Uh, but yeah, that green, I can change that. And actually, the text inside that delta is kind of hard to see, but yeah, here, let me make a note. That's easy. I could do that. I could probably do that right here on the stream. Uh, let's see, Dom. Dom, change the color to the blue. Dom, change color green to the blue. That'll look halfway decent. hopefully you'll be able to see it a little bit better. Um, yeah, to be quite honest, that's why the execution uh, orders. Here, let me switch this over. Chart trader. Here, let me switch this over. Um, this is just a Sim 101 for me to just throw in orders for this real quick. Yeah, like when you do, let me double check. Yes, Sim 101. Okay, yeah, like when you do order filled, that shows up right there. All that has to be coded in. All that has to be coded in. Uh, and you're right. Most people are just going to do this because you can just come down here, uh, and you can just kind of just shift click and do that. Uh, right, like shift mouse button click to set the stops, and you can drag that around. The bad thing with the add-ons, and I wish they had a system to do that, but they don't. Um, and the bad thing is I got to program all that in. Then I have to program the instrument, which is no big deal. Then I have to do the account, which is no big deal. But then the order quantity, and then ATM, and then I mean I've done hotkeys. I have a hotkey add-on that I use for scalping. It's just a personal one. Yeah, you're right. It's really not worth it to be. I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is the window that I use right here. This is the window that I use. It's right here. It's just a basic entry. It's just a basic entry, and that's what I use because it has a break even and things like that. Um, that's what I use. uh, that will be done later in the future because I'll be honest with you. What I'm looking to do in the future, like I'm talking next year. I'm talking next year. This will possibly be out. All this code that I'm writing, like for the indicator code, I mean that's fine. That's Ninja Trader. But the add-ons right here, all this code right here for the DOM and the code right here, all of that code, since it's written in C sharp, um, can be ported to another platform. And what I'm looking to do is, if I can get enough support for the add-on for the indicator and the two add-ons, if I can get enough support for it, what I plan on doing is building out my own trading platform. And then I can take all the code that I've written for the Ninja Trader add-ons, and it's would be easy to just port that right over because it's using something called WPF, Windows Presentation Foundation. And it's in C sharp. All the threading issues, all the memory issues, all that stuff will be locked in because I'm fixing it all right here. And I can port it over to my own trading platform. The only thing is that I have to write all the connections for Rhythmic, Tradeovate, whatever. And then I would have to write my own execution system, which will be fine. But once I get all this locked down, I can go ahead and start writing my own execution orders for the order flow pulse and the DOM, and all that will be ported right over to the trading platform that I would be developing next year. And I want it to run on Windows and Mac. Uh, but in order for me to do that, I really need support for the Ninja Trader stuff. And then once this gets pretty solid, then try to start working on my own trading platform. And possibly try to get hooked up with like Apex, Bullinox, or Lucid, or Tradeify, and then be like, hey, use the platform. It could be exclusive 6 month or 1 year exclusive to that platform. uh, where it would be free for people to use, and then the platform would pay me per user. One platform that is really nice, for this, if you look at, Deep Charts. See, if you look at Deep Charts, let's take a look at Deep Charts. And I've traded on Deep Charts. Deep Charts is pretty cool system. Um, Deep Charts is a pretty cool system. It has, like, that's what I wanna add for the, to uh, like, they have their heat map here. Um, that's what I wanna add is the bars on the left side for the volume profile so you can actually see what it's like. Uh, you have, like the deep trades, they have the bubbles or stuff, but, I mean, this is a nice platform. It really is. It is a nice platform. I've traded on it, and it's really nice. The pricing is like, even if you, I mean, 1 month, they don't even have 1 month. They got 3 months, and it's like $100 a month, $105 a month. I don't know why it's 105. Why can't it just be like 99? Why's it got to be 105? But deep charts, it's nice. This is a nice order flow charting platform. If I wasn't building this out, to be quite honest, I'd be trading on deep charts. On deep charts, I just would. That's what I'd be trading on. But what I did was, since I'm a software engineer, I was like, you know what? I just want to start writing some code, and then I start writing this for NinjaTrader. I'm like, and I start writing it for myself because this is where the idea came from. You were done. Yeah. This is where this came from. Okay, I looked at deep charts and I traded on Motive Wave, but that's written on Java, and I've had some issues with Motive Wave. Nice platform. It's just me personally. I just like something different. Uh, they had big trades there. Okay, and then Quantower. I've traded on Quantower. I didn't. I like their footprint chart. Their footprint system is really nice. Footprint charts are really nice. Traded off of that pretty nicely years ago on when I was scalping. That was pretty nice. And then deep charts came out, and I started trading on that. And I really liked the bubbles there and stuff. And Fabio, the world scalper, that traded the Robbins Cup and stuff. I mean, Fabio is an amazing trader. I would look him up and watch him on YouTube. He's really good. That's where I got this idea from these bubbles from Motive Wave. I'm like, okay, and then deep charts. I was like, all right, and then I got to thinking, I was like, why am I going to spend $100 a month? I'll just code the bubbles myself. I'll just do it myself. So I jumped on NinjaTrader and I was already trading on. And I was like, you know what? All I need is the market data. Just read the market data that's coming in, and I'll just do this myself. And that's what I did. Um, and then I started using it, and then I'm like, okay, I'll do that. And then I traded the order flow bars moving average. Uh, I read the papers from institutions and these algos. Some of these institutions use the Heikin-Ashi chart, which just means in Japanese just average bar. And then they take it and they smooth it out. That data with the Heikin-Ashi, they smooth it out with with the EMA. And I'm like, you know what? That's a great idea. So I just coded that and threw it on the charts. I'm like, that's awesome. You really don't even need that, to be quite honest. I mean, you really don't need this. The order flow bar moving average, it's free. I mean, it's always going to be free, but you really don't need it because you can just throw in the non EMA and basically the same thing. I've traded non EMA for years scalping. Been trading NQ for 10 years, so I've just used the non EMA. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should release this to other people. And then I'm like, you know what? I need stacked and balance. So I coded that in. Then persistent selling was pretty nice because that's what I use in, when I'm years ago when I looked at footprint charts, I always looked for persistent selling where it would tick up with a certain amount of volume, it would tick up like 2 or 3 times and never tick down. And that would show strength. Uh, and then I got the idea of doing, the bubble profile right here just shows all the large trades where they're at, like the 150 contracts that's right there. So you can actually see where the levels are of the large traders. Now, here pretty shortly, what I'm going to do with this right here, what I'm going to do with this pretty shortly, and I think since it's 1:30, I think I fixed the issue this weekend. I couldn't test it this weekend because level 2 needed to be running on order flow pulse, but I'm hoping that this issue is fixed of NinjaTrader resetting this when the resources get consumed too much because I kind of wrote some bad code that did that. You know, crap happens, and then I fixed it. But what I'd like to do with that with this profile right here, I'm gonna have a setting inside right here. Inside the setting right here, version 1 dot 5, probably dot 6 will be right down in this area, bubble volume profile. You're going to have a box here for minimum volume. Now, if you want it to show the large volume, only the large volume, like it is now, the 30, because it goes off the 30 up here, then you just put in 30. But if you want to see everything, you just put in 1 or 2, a minimum of 2 volume to be able to show a bar. So then it'll actually be a true volume profile, not like what I call it, the bubble profile. And I'm gonna have the same thing for order flow pulse. Oh, the trader's named Fabio. Here, let me, the dude's awesome. I think his name's Fabio. Let me, he's got it. I don't know what he's Italian or something. I'm not sure. But he has an English channel. Uh, he really doesn't give out too much information because he wants you to pay for the course, which I'm not going to pay for because I just do it myself. I mean, the dude can outtrade me, obviously. And would I learn something from him taking this course? Absolutely, I would. Oh, here we go. Here, let me link this into the chat. That's the dude's YouTube channel. The guy's awesome. His name's Fabio. He's a pretty laid back dude. Um, he's like a world scalper. The dude is like awesome, and he hangs out with other Robbins Cup champions and stuff. And that's what they did with deep charts. That's what they did. They took Fabio and some other dude. I forgot the guy's name. Uh, they got together and then they started developing deep charts. And what they did was all their friends that they knew from the Robbins Cup that were scalpers. They all got together and then they're like, okay, what do we want in an order flow platform? And then they started and they wrote all the stuff they wanted down. Then I guess they paid some software engineers and then they just went on ahead and developed that platform. Uh, which deep charts is actually really good. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be using deep charts, to be quite honest. But I'm a software engineer. I'll just code my own crap because it's more fun that way. Yeah, this might be awesome right here, and I can trade a little bit. After 10 years, I've learned how to trade. Uh, but Fabio can run circles around me trading. Uh, I'd love to if I had the time, what I would like to do, once I get this locked down, I would love to be able to go into the, Robins Cup to see how I could do. I'd love to be able to go in there and see what I could do. Yeah, so we've got all this information right here. Uh, okay, so when you scrunch it, let's go all the way back. Okay, eventually it stops. Like right there, I can't do anymore. It will eventually stop because I had to cap it. I had to cap it so it wouldn't be like a thin line. I mean, you can barely tell now. I mean, there's no way I could trade that. But I wanted to get this timeline out so you can actually see to a certain point. Uh, Actually, I can't go back no further because I have it capped. Because this information, if there's no way that I can keep the information for like 4 or 5 hours of all the histogram data and everything for the heat map. That's just way too much. Uh, I could possibly do it, but you'd have to have a pretty beefy system to do that. And I'm running this on parallels. Let me bring this up. I'm running this control center. I'm running a MacBook Pro and I'm running Windows with NinjaTrader on a parallel system, and I'm choking this thing to 14 gigs of memory. So I'm only allowing Windows 14 gigs of memory, and I'm able to run this stuff. So I know if I can run it like this, well, somebody on a 5-year-old laptop should be able to do it. So this has been running since 8 o'clock, 8:30, and there's not reset. And this has been running. Hopefully that issue has been fixed. Okay, so we got some issues right up in here with the 5 minute. I won't say issues, but as you can see right here on the 5 minute, what we have here, we opened up at 9:30. We kind of ran up. I could not trade anything up in here. I could you I mean, maybe at 9:45, you got that 35, 47, 35 right there. Maybe if you get in on the break of that right there, put your stop down here, you could possibly have tried to get that long right there, maybe 20, 30 points, maybe. Um, but this is what it's been doing all day. We got FOMC Wednesday, so it'll probably be doing the same tomorrow, to be quite honest. Uh, but you see that area with those sellers? We just kind of came up here to 150 contracts and we kind of drifted back off down to here and then we just kind of just slopping around. Not much is going on. Like 130, not much is going on. So I think the next thing I want to do, oh, once I get this two add-ons locked down, I want to do a volume profile chart of my own add-on. I want to do a volume profile. Uh, okay, like right here, let's take a look at this. On the 1 minute, yeah, I had a sell imbalance right there, but we closed above it and we closed above the order flow bar moving average. But you're trying to get short right here. If you're trying to get short right here, thinking we can come down here to 905, which we possibly could, and we're traveling down there pretty fast. But you got to understand on a 5 minute, you got to look at the context of the 5 minute. You see how the order flow bar moving average is sloping upwards? That right there is the Higanashi data smoothed out to a 9 EMA because I have the order flow bar moving average, the OBF order flow bar moving average period set to 9. You see how we're bouncing off of it? So when you want to get short in a 1 minute, you look over at the 5 minute and you got to understand if you're going to take some profits, you got to take them quickly, move to a break even. Because once you get down in that area, they could defend that area like they're doing now. What I like to do, if I was going to get long, if you're going to get short when the 5 minute is sloping down like this. And then use the 1 minute when it's sloping downwards like that as well and go with the trend. Are you going to get from here to here and get yourself 80 points? No. And if you do, you're lucky. Maybe you can, maybe that's your trading plan. I have no idea. But what mine is to go with the trend and instead of getting 80 points, maybe get 25. Maybe get 25 points. Maybe I could just get this area from here to here and pick up like 30 points and pick up $600 on one mini. You know, that's what I like. I don't want the whole pie. I just want a piece of the pie. And if I can get a pretty good risk reward and then throw in two minis and pick up $1,200 on one trade, and I have to sit there and wait 2-3 hours for that, I will do that. But that's the way I like to trade because look at this. We're bouncing off of it pretty pretty aggressively. As you can see here on the order flow bar moving average, that's just basically a 5 minute Heiken Ashi chart smoothed out with a non EMA. That's all that line is. That's why it's free because it's pretty easy. And as you can see here, we bounced off right here and then we're moving right back up. But if you look at it, they're not aligned. The stars have to align properly. We're moving upwards, so you really only want to be taking longs. So you could possibly be taking longs on like micro pullbacks. I'm not seeing any good this is not a micro pullback. That's not a micro pullback. This is not a micro pullback. A micro pullback is 1 to 2 bars, in my opinion, or an inside bar, which I'm not seeing any inside bars right here. You got one there, but it's like a spinning top. I really wouldn't do it. It's just kind of hard to. Today's just kind of a slop day. You had a little micro pullback there. It kind of ran up, then a little small micro pullback there. You probably get in right there. Uh, and what time was that? That was at 11:15, and we were sloping upwards. So at 11:15 on the 5 minute, we were right here. We're right here, probably. So we were possibly above there, but it was kind of flatlining, so that's kind of risky, but you could take it. You just have to. That's why I created that moving average, just to keep people in line with the trend. And if you're a new trader, only be taking longs when both lines are sloping upwards for the 5 minute and the 1 minute when the EMA, order flow bar EMA is sloping upwards, just go long. That will save you a lot. It will save you a lot. I also have to throw in the VWAP. I've got my own VWAP that it only does a session for now. I need to do the New York session and have an option for people to choose. Uh, if we go to the New York June contract, we'll come here. That's daily. Let's switch this to 1 minute. Okay. That was the sim account. I just did some testing real quick. How was that sim account that I tested with the chart trader? If you go to session VWAP right here, session VWAP, I just have it set to gold. And click apply. This is just a session VWAP from like when it opened up. That's just a session VWAP, and I need to add it so you can choose the VWAP color. Of course, you can choose that. I need to add electronic trading hours and real time RTH for like the New York session. So you can choose which ones you want. You can choose the session, show that one. You can choose the New York Open. You can have both of them up there and have both of them a different color. And then I'm going to throw that up on the site. Uh, I just need to find time to do that. That's actually pretty easy to do because the logic is already there from the New York session. I just need to change the time to 9:30 for the New York one, but that's easy to do. Uh, I might actually even work on that this week. That way you can have the VWAP on there. And as a new trader, if you're new to trading, you can do what Mike Bellaforte does for SMB Capital for his equity traders. They do have a futures section. Uh, he basically says you only take longs when we're above the VWAP, and you only take shorts when we're below the VWAP. And that right there helps out a lot of new traders. Uh, and there's a lot of stuff that I'd like to try and get going once all this stuff gets locked in, like the overnight highs, overnight like Asian highs, Asian lows, the overnight highs, overnight lows. I'd like to be able to have that so where you can choose in the setting to be able to show you on the chart, or have kind of like if I don't know how many people have traded with Jigsaw Trading platform. I've traded with that for years. The DOM, if you bring up the DOM here, which I'm going to have it on mine eventually, they had a column right here, and it was called Notes, where you could add like ONH for overnight highs, ONL for overnight lows, and you could just you just click on there and you just type in the abbreviation of what you wanted. Like previous day's point of control, I can just do POV, P-POV for previous point of control, things like that. So you can have it up here on the notes, so you know the significant areas that you're in. Are you close to the overnight highs? Well, it would show up on the notes right there, ONH, overnight highs, and you'd be able to tell. So you really don't have to look at the chart. Uh, and they had that because Jigsaw trading was mainly just DOM trading when it first started out, and I got in really cheap entry fee when they first started doing it, and I learned quite a bit from them as far as trading. That's where I learned how to be extremely disciplined to take stops. Take your small losses. Cut your losses quickly. Don't let them get out of control. If they get out of control and you're down $1,000, oh my word! Now you got $1,000. You got to dig yourself out of the hole. So you have to have like a few really good trades, fantastic trades, just to 3 to 5, just to dig yourself out of the hole. Like right now. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not looking at it properly. Do. Like right now, we're at a 5 minute. It's kind of flatlining right now. I really wouldn't be looking to get long or short right now. If anything, it would be short, because if we're going to lose that ledge right there, I would go short right here. Like, go short right there, because those persistent buyers got absorbed here, here, and here. And you have to look at the 1 minute. Where's the 1 minute? Well, the 1 minute is sloping downwards. The 1 minute sloping downwards.
the 5 minute is kind of flatlining. The moving average kind of flatlining, but we're below it. If you really want to, you can wait on the 5 minute. If you miss a trade, you miss a trade. You can wait on the 5 minute and try to get yourself a short. On the 1 minute, just look at the 1 minute and see if we close like an inside bar. See this right here? If we close on an inside bar right here that it's forming, well, when you break that low, you might be able to come down here and test the 890 area. But you got to look at the delta. We're negative 45, negative 24 on these two right here. That's not too high. And also, that bar is not showing you this bar right here, this inside bar, like that's a lot of buying, a lot of green. You don't see that on this bar right here, but you can see it on the order flow pulse. This will be kind of hard to short. You have a nice solid volume distribution area right there. And also you have to think, where are you at? You're right in the stinking middle of all of this. There's no way. There's no way. Just wait until it comes down to this area and then try to catch along. You would be counter trend trading because movement average would be down, but if we diverge from it significantly, then you can try and catch yourself a counter trend trade. I think we had one decent trade earlier where, oh, wait a minute, that reminds me, I got to stop the recording. Stop that recording. That thing recorded for like 3 or 4 hours. Uh, yeah. If we're going to break down, when it's 5 minutes, you have persistent buying that I saw pop up on the 5 minute. Why is that not set on? Well, I don't even think I have it set good enough. Um, there's not much. There is not much going on. We're right in the middle of all the up down on the 5 minute. We're like right in the middle. Look at that. We're right in the middle of all this. I wouldn't be trying to go short at all. What? I mean, you could try to go short and have a tight stop, but this ledge right here, right there, you got to get past all of this area. This area, you really have to get past all that. I mean, we could do a slow grind down. If we look at the 5 minute here, 5 minute definitely slowing, definitely looking bearish. Stop would have to be up here, and we've lost that area right there where those sellers were. The thing is, you're right in the middle. You're right in the middle. So if I did do something like this, try to catch a short, I wouldn't be catching it on my regular size. I'd be going about half of it, just because it's not ideal. So if you normally go in one mini, you might want to do like 4 or 5 micros. That way, when you get yourself a little bit, you can sell like 1 or 2 of them and kinda scale out. But it's right in the middle, which is hard to do. But, I mean, right here, you had that, like, the little inside bar right there, we broke that. I mean, if you got that, you're not gonna get the bottom. Let's say it starts coming back up, you get yourself about 5 points. Yeah, it's like $100. Better than nothing, but, you gotta be, moving to break even pretty quickly, but we're right in the middle of the area, so that's kinda not ideal. Alright, you got a ledge right here. Remember when I talked about the ledges? Let's say you're standing on this ledge and you're trying to go long. You're going long, but you got like 121 contracts sitting on the offer up there. So you got 123 sitting on the offer up there. You got this ledge right here. If you got in on the break of that ledge, you're at 907. Once you get up here, you really got to peel some off and move to a break even. If you're standing on this ledge right here and you step off that ledge, there's nothing to stop you. There's no other ledge to stop you. Okay. So what that is telling me is we could travel down because there's nothing really stopping us. That right there, that little volume area, kind of slowing it down just slightly. But if we get past this red area, since this is thinly traded area right here, it could go all the way down to 888. But once you lose this ledge right here, you kind of drop off. That's one thing I learned from jigsaw trading. I mean, for one, I wouldn't be trying to go long right here, just because if you look at the 1 minute order play bar moving average sloping downwards, there's no reason to even think about going long. This is just a education thing. I'm bored. The market's slow. Market's slow. I'm bored. Uh, I'm just sitting here waiting for a bug to show up. A bug in software development is called an issue, something that just malfunctions. Uh, I'm just looking for something. But we kind of fell off that ledge right there. Nothing's really stopping us. Now, if we lose that area, since this is thinly traded, we could go down pretty quickly. Are we going down pretty quickly? Come on! Don't call me a liar, there, NQ. You better take a dump. Um, take a dump, there, NQ. Take a dump. Come on, get that red in there flowing down. Don't call me a liar. We lost that edge. We lost that ledge right there. We kind of dropped off, and we kind of go wee, and then you fall down. There ain't nothing down here to catch us. You got this little area right here. You got this little area right here to catch us. That's about it. Uh, but that's how it's played. That's how it's played. A little ledge. Just think of standing on that ledge, and if you drop off of it, it's an "oh crap" moment. Bam! You hit the floor down here. Yeah, CVD is cumulative volume delta. I've got the CVD on this chart right here. The CVD cumulative volume delta. The one thing that I really need to fix, and I've been saying this for like a month, is it needs to be updated real time. Right now, it just goes from this number past. It needs to be updated real time. Again, I just need to find the time to do it. There's so much crap going on that have to get done. So we lost that ledge and we kind of went wee. Kind of took us 2 minutes to go wee, but hey, we did. What I would like to do is so the stacked and bounce areas are somewhat working. I really haven't been able to test it that much because, well, the market ain't doing very much. Um, I mean, I'm having to set it to 300%, 3 times more buyers than sellers, and the levels of two. It's not the setting I use for NQ. I like to use something else. There's another inside bar trade. These are really fun to trade. These inside bars are pretty fun to trade, folks. Uh, okay, you see how we kind of came down here? We hit the little inside bar right there, and we kind of dropped off a little bit, not much. Uh, but not that one. That one really didn't break. You see how that one didn't break? I like it breaking on the next candle. That one didn't break. This one right here, that one really didn't break either, but hey, you could have caught yourself a little bit, a little bit right there. You're not going to get the whole thing. Let's come up here and get yourself 5 points. That's fine. You got an inside bar right there. Inside bar right there. It breaks. You get down here to about 10 points. You just move to a break even. Guess what? You got stopped out. But hey, throw on some risk, get stopped out. Get 10 points, sell half, move to a break even. At least you pay yourself a little bit if it comes back and gets you like it just did. Just how the game's played. That was this inside bar right here. It has some pretty green right there. Once you saw that sell and bounce area of 3 times more sellers and buyers right there in that area on the break right there, you could have gotten in, maybe get yourself about 5, 10 points. Hey, better than nothing on a boring, slow day like this. Why not? Why not? If you walk away with $200, $300 a day, you're doing pretty darn good. Um, doo, 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 doo. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Right there. Of course, that's right there in the middle. You get yourself a little bit and yourself 5, 10 points, get stopped out and break even. I mean, that's how I've just traded for years. And you really have to do that on the NQ because the NQ can NQ can run like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. That thing will slaughter you like a pig real quick. Before you know it, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get stopped out right here. It gets stopped out. It travels a little bit below, and you're like, oh, I think it can come back. And all of a sudden, it just dumps like 20, 30 points, and you get slaughtered. Like, yep, that's the way this thing is. The NQ is not meant to be traded for new traders. If you're a new trader and you want to learn how to trade, please go to the ES. Please go to the ES. It's a thickly traded market. Learn how to trade. Get yourself a good trading plan. Learn how to trade. If you're profitable in the ES, you can be profitable in the NQ. It's just a matter of time. I mean, minimum volume of 2. I mean, you can do it. There was a reason resting orders 50. There was a reason. Let's go to 3 and then 2. There's a reason why the NQ was named the Widowmaker and the Pips. And if you really want to trade a thickly traded, boring market, you can go trade the bond market. You can go trade the 2s, the 5s, the 10s, the 30s. You want to go trade something, go trade that. That's nice, thickly traded 2s and 5s, nice, thickly traded market. It'll take you 5 minutes to go one tick. I tried to trade it before. I kept falling asleep watching it. Um, yeah, this is the ES is pretty thickly traded market, but it's really nice. It's nice and smooth. It's a thickly traded market. It's nice and smooth. Uh, I mean, I learned how to trade on the ES because I was trading before micros came out. So I had to learn capital preservation very quickly. Uh, Here, let's go to four times more buying and selling. Let's go to volume or the levels of three, maybe. Let's see, levels of four. There's some logic in the back end that I'm using. There is some logic on the back end that I'm using for these stacked imbalances. It's more than just imbalance percent in the stacked levels. There's a little bit more to it than that. Some of it I'm going to reveal, some like the volume. It has to be a certain amount of volume. That's going to be a user setting, but there's some other stuff in the back end that I'm just not going to reveal. Uh, but I want to have it set up so where uh, it actually gives you an edge. So, see if we can't find something to show on a. I have it set to 4 and 4, so that's kind of high, to be quite honest. And today is really not the day to be doing this, to be quite honest. How in the world did I just reset it? Yeah, the ES, nice thickly traded market. It doesn't. I mean, every tick on the ES is $12.50. So, I mean, a whole point move is like $50. And a lot of people will be like, "Wow, I want a lot of people, a lot of new traders will come in, they'll get an eval, they'll spend money on eval, they'll come in, they see all these other YouTubers and streamers trading the NQ, and they're like, I want to trade the NQ because it's sexy, it's volatile, I like the adrenaline rush. Well, if you're just playing for adrenaline rush and you're just gambling, full porting, passing evals, or whatever, then yeah, go ahead and go over to the NQ. But if you really want to learn how to trade, uh, I mean, an adrenaline rush, I mean, yeah, go ahead, but, uh, if you're really interested in actually making money and learning how to trade, I would highly recommend if you're new to go to the ES and go ahead and trade just a couple micros. Learn how to trade. Just go there, learn how to trade. Oh, yeah, I need to do a video on this. Here, let me here, I'll show you real quick. Let me just write down to do, uh video order flow pulse, mouse movements. Um, okay, so okay, let's get rid of the ES right here. But yeah, if you're a new trader, don't be listening to these stupid gurus and all that. Okay, just go to a thickly traded market like the ES, learn how to trade, throw in a couple micros, get used to it, get break even or profitable, and then start trading the minis with it. And then you can come over to the NQ once you have some discipline, because the NQ will slaughter you. Um, okay, so when you first uh, do this, okay, of course you can grab it. And I added when you hover over the price, how it shows the up down arrow. And then when you hover over timeline, it shows you the left right arrow. So I coded it so where you can go like this. Okay. Now, if you double click that, it's not going to do anything. I haven't coded that in yet to flip back. But if you zoom in and out, like if you left click and hold it down and drag right, zoom in, drag left, it zooms out. And then if you double click in the timeline right here, it goes right back. Now, the price is not set like that. Also, you can control left click. If you control left click and you click inside the main chart, you can go upward, move the mouse up, move the mouse down, move the mouse left to go backwards. You can go up, go left and to the top left, and you just scroll around. Okay. And then in the main chart, when you double click in the main chart, it recenters everything. So if you come down here and you scroll to the left and you double click, it's going to reset it zoomed in. It just recenters it. I need to do a video on that. Uh, Hope that helps. Okay, so the 5 minute order flow bar moving average, sloping down a little bit. At 1 minute, flatlining, we're getting ready to close below it, hopefully, maybe not, who knows. If we close below and start sloping down, that's confirmation. You can start looking for shorts in a balanced market going going up and down. Are you talking about the time? But not the horizontal. Can you move the timeline like this? And just scroll down. Do you see the left, right arrows? I need to jump on my other laptop as well and test this stuff out. So when you hover over it, do you see the left and right arrows show up? Yeah, on the time. When you hover over the timeline down there, you should be able to see a left and right arrow. Um, I need to test this on my other laptop. That's Windows. Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to go short, to be quite honest. We've got a imbalance area right here. On the vertical price, yes, but not any. Okay. What version number of Order Flow Pulse are you on? Is this on Order Flow Pulse? The Order Flow Pulse window works differently than if you're on this window right here, this kind of works a little bit different than NinjaTrader, their main platform. Yeah, if you're on this one, that it's going to act differently. Uh, yeah, if you're on Order Flow Pulse, then it should. Are you on what version are you on? If you look up at the top here, I'm on version 1.0.5. Uh, I had a buy and balance right there on the Order Flow Pulse. That is bullish. and I really want to take a trade just because I'm bored out of my stinking mind. I don't know why. I just really want to just do something. We got some orders sitting up there. We need to break through that. If we don't break through that, I'm cutting this bad boy. Um, yeah, uh, I'll have to test it on my other laptop. Okay, that was a little quick money, but not very much. But at least I can say I did a trade today. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't much of anything. Um, okay. If you're on 1.0.3, I did like 2 or 3 versions over the weekend. I really can't remember which one, but there was one where the horizontal was not working. So after market hours or whenever you're done, how do I get the latest version? Okay, so when you go to the site here, when you go to the home page, you want to click on profile. You need to be logged in. Click on profile. You can either click on view products or just go to indicators. And you'll see order flow pulse right here. And you'll see download version 1.0.5. Just download that uh and then once you download that, once you go to the site and download that, then you want to come in here and go to tools, import, Ninja script add-on. And then what that'll do is just pop open a window and then you just install it right over top of it. Like you just choose order flow pulse and just install it right over top of it. And more than likely it'll ask you to restart. Man, I should have held on to that trade. Uh, uh, yeah, just always because I am updating stuff so quickly, you got to check just about every morning. You got to check to see what I've done, to be quite honest. Okay, if okay, the reason I got into this trade and I took it off. Okay, I got into this trade, got in on the break of this one, and then I just took it off up in this area. But if you held on to it, that's great. Right now, you want to try to be getting out because we could probably be coming down into the 920 area and test this. If we're losing that ledge with volume, we could be coming down here. So you might want to peel some off. Plus, you have a stacked selling balance right there. You would have to break through, and it just went away. But you would want to hold on to the trade once you start seeing all this green right here. You want to hang on to the trade. I just cut it because I'm bored out of my mind, and it's like, yeah, ain't nothing going on. Plus, I cut it because I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a stacked and balanced buy area, but it's not really ideal. And I just went on ahead and just cut it. Um, but you saw all this green right up in here. So you want to hang on to the trade. Okay. You want to hang on to the trade. You see all that green. You want to hang on to it. And you see this ledge right here. When you come way up here and it's thinly traded volume up here, and you come back down to this area, you can hang on to it. Once you start losing this ledge, once you start losing this ledge right here, more than likely we're coming down here to test this area just like we're doing. Because right up here is thinly traded, right up here, thinly traded. It's losing steam. Go ahead and take some profits, move the rest of it to break even. You got to manage your trade and you have to understand where the distribution of buying and selling is. This is a thinly traded area right here. So if you're on this ledge right here and you step off of it and you fall down, you got this ledge right here at 920 to save you. Okay. Well, we kind of came down to this area and then we kind of sold off right up in this distribution area of the 1 minute. Okay. Now we're kind of grinding back up a little bit. But that is a good trade. It's not an A plus setup. It's not even a really the way I talk about this is the stacked and balance area. That's just a single stack right there. It looks like a single stack, like that buy and balance. We had a double stack right here that was a buy and balance. As you can see right here, there was two of them. It's kind of hard to see. Let me resting orders. Let me jack this up to 50. Um, as you can see here, this is a double stacked buy and balance area. Okay, that's good. It's right in the middle. Had an inside bar. You could possibly test this area right here. Okay, and then we had a buy and balance. We traded down to the buy and balance, just one level, and it had to be three times more buyers and sellers and level. So it had to be like two ticks. So we're up in this area right here. Okay. We came down to it. We bounced off of it. You probably get in at, let's say you got in at 910. You come up here to like 925. That's like 15-point trade right there. Okay. Right off of the buy and balance. It's not ideal just because I don't see any large participation in this candle. And I'm real picky. But the good thing is we were right here on the moving average. We were kind of going up a little bit. I'm trying to think. Oh, this is the 5 minute. What the heck am I doing? So the 5 minute we were okay. Well, the 5 minute we were above. Okay, and the moving average kind of sloping upwards. We kind of bounced off of that sell support area. Yeah, I should have held on to that trade. I could have got it like 10, 15 point. Here, let me recenter this. Yeah, so this is this area right here. Okay, this right here, you had a buy and balance, and as you can see right here, you had a no, you can't see that. Right here, you have a buy and balance right here, kind of like how you did on this one right here, buy and balance area. You don't see a buy and balance on this candle because there's more logic that I'm using in the back end that I haven't disclosed for this. Okay, and I'll probably add it to this one as well, but I'm not too sure. But we had an inside bar right there, just like this inside bar is right here. Okay, so you had that, and then we kind of traded upwards, and we're actually sloping upwards on the 1 minute order flow bar moving average. So that is a valid trade to take. I just wasn't thinking that much because I've been bored, but oh well. All right, let me reset this back to yeah, because if you oh wow, that's 100. About 200 resting orders. How many are there? None. Okay. I really need to have an option here to show the heat map or not show the heat map. That'd be nice for this. Okay. Uh, yeah. So that is how you would want to trade that, and it's kind of bad because we're right in the middle right here. It's not ideal, but I just threw on a trade because I was bored. Uh, wasn't even a full size. Uh, but yeah, we had that buy and balance right there, and the buy and balance was more than half of the candle. And it doesn't need to be exactly half of, but if the buy and balance is down here at the bottom, it's like no, it's just like this one right here. No, don't like that. Okay, but we're sloping upwards. Buy and balance is about 50% or more of the high, between the high and the low. Okay. And that's what I like to see. And then we kind of opened up and kind of drifted right down to it on low volume too. We drifted down on low volume. So you could actually wait for a pullback. Like sometimes what I'll do, I'll see a lot of green and we're breaking and I'll get in and then we pull back down to the stacked and balance area and I'll add to the trade and get my cost average down here. Now, you'll also hear me say, do not add to your losers, cut them quickly. Okay. To me, that's not a losing trade quite yet. A losing trade has to be trading down below here, losing some of this volume area, okay, and then you cut the trade. That's a losing trade. But you can get in here just because sometimes it doesn't come down and test the imbalanced area. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Sometimes it will break and just run without you. And I missed a lot of trades waiting for it to come back down. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna wait until it comes back down. And all of a sudden, it just takes off, and it's like, oh crap. Uh, so then what I started doing is just go ahead and getting on the break of that, like it would here, and then maybe it came down here and tested, and then I just add to it and get your cost average right here, and then you just kind of up in this area right here, up in this area. Okay, we got a nice volume distribution area right here. It breaks this, but right here, you see, uh, right there, you see very low volume. Okay, it's not filling out like it was right here. When you start seeing low volume and it just kind of drifts down and drifts up and it's just low volume, start scaling out of your trade. Definitely move to a break even. As soon as you get a pop of 10, 15, 10.5, just go ahead and move to a break even and manage the trade. Once you start seeing low volume, get out of the trade. Maybe you're in 10 micros. Let's say you normally sling around 1 mini. Go in 10 micros, sell about 5 micros right there. If we lose this ledge right here, okay, and we're losing that ledge, sell another 2 or 3 micros. Okay, and you're down here. When we get back down to your entry point, just let it stop yourself out for about two micros or something. You know, you just have to pay yourself. There was one person that says, you can't go broke paying yourself. Well, you can if you take profits too quickly and you take big losses. Yeah, you can lose, but you have to find your sweet spot where you want to pay yourself. Me, 10, 15 points, I start thinking about paying myself. And I know some people gonna be like, "Well, I'll just go into mini and pay one commission. Why would I want to go into a micro and pay and scale in and out of a trade and pay more commission?" Well, you know, eventually you slowly grind up your account. Like 220. So boring, stinking day. I think we got some news at 8:30. I might be able to trade some news tomorrow morning. Where are we at? I gotta reset that sim account that I used to show people the chart trader. Yeah, I just use this right here, the basic entry. I just use this window to get in and out, and then you have a BE. If you have an ATM strategy, like I got one that does like a 20, 40 point stop, and then once it pops on me, I just click that button, break even, real quick. Okay, I'll move to a break even quick, and then just manage the trade. Okay, so you see how we were sloping upwards. We had a stacked buy-in bounce right there, and then we had that inside bar right there. That right there is a really nice trade. I would like to see some participation from large buyers, or I would like to see right here on this one a large seller getting trapped on a break. Okay, then you get the squeeze. That's what I really like to see, like 50, 100, 200 contract contracts of a seller right there. But hey, slow day. So stack volume balance, inside bar, you get yourself a pop, you get about 10 points, pay yourself a little bit and try to get yourself a runner. But the thing that I want to point out is this right here. We had a nice pop way up here. Okay, so we popped like 30 points. Okay. We ran 30 points, but you see how far we have traveled from here, from here to here. It's 30 points, okay? away from the order flow bar moving average. This is a Heikin Ashi data smoothed out to a non-EMA. We popped, and more than likely, it likes to travel and drift back down to the order flow bar moving average. As you can see here, we had a pop. And what does it do? Drifts back down. But you got to think, if you're going to counter trend trade that, you got to be really quick. And it happens on the downside too. You see that pop right there? It kind of puked out a little bit, and then we kind of popped back in. It likes to trade around, like right here, big huge pop, drift back down. Big huge pop, and side spinning bar. We get a break at that. Comes right back down here, gets up about 5, 10 points. Sometimes it'll deviate really big like this, and then stay down there, and then eventually catch up. So it doesn't work all the time. What I like to use that for is when I'm in a trade and it runs up like that, it runs up like that, and I look over and I see the order flow bar moving average, which I'm eventually going to get it on order flow pulse. It's just a matter of getting it right in the code, bringing the code over to get it in there. I tried to insert it like an indicator, like, hey, the indicator is public class. If it's a public class, then why can't I use it in my add-on? It's still within the NinjaTrader ecosystem, but they won't allow me to do that. I don't know why. So I just have to just take the code and create another file for the add-on. It's crazy. If you're listening, NinjaTrader, hire me. I will get, yeah, just hire me. I'll get it locked in. Um, like it popped up here and then it kind of drifted down. I'm going to get the order flow bar moving average right up here on order flow pulse, because eventually I want to not even have to look at this chart right here. I don't even want to look at it. If you want to trade off of that and you don't want to trade off of this chart right here, then that's fine. You've got the order flow pulse indicator. Really, what I need uh, is the order flow bar moving average on there, and also the delta down at the bottom, and then I could get rid of this chart right here. But I need that chart basically for the moving average, and also really for the delta. Because when you get into a pop like this and it's popping, and you see the delta just stalling, and then all of a sudden it goes from 100, a positive 100 to positive 75, then 50. Yeah, I will manage a lot of trades just by looking at the delta. If I'm in a trade and all of a sudden the delta surges from like 50 to 100, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm staying in. So a lot of times I will play right off of the delta. That's why I got to have the delta. I'm going to eventually have the delta down here, the delta with the volume, uh, because I play off the delta a lot. If we get a pop like this and we're deviating from the order flow bar moving average, and on this trade right here, if the delta is not climbing and we're not climbing and we're stalling, and the delta starts moving down, 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 where it starts going negative, and I just get out. I don't even look at the candlestick sometimes. I just look at the delta and be like, "Yep, I'm out." I ain't got much on news. What we got for tomorrow? 8:30. We got PPI, year over year, month over month PPI. I said 8:30. Factory orders month. That's 10 o'clock. You know, crude oil. If you trade crude oil, you got crude oil inventories at 10:30. I tried trade crude oil before I suck at it. Then I tried to trade the calendar spread futures on crude oil, and I sucked at that. U.S. interest rate decision. Yeah, I've I've traded the bonds before. I used to scalp the bonds too, but I kept falling asleep at my desk because they're so thickly traded. I just fell asleep at my desk, and I was like, "Oh, can't do this." This market today with the NQ is about ready to put me to sleep. I mean, Trump just like, can Trump just do something? Just tweet something stupid. I don't care. It could even be something stupid. Just do it. Just do something. Yeah, the market's been kind of crazy. Let's look at the daily. I mean, if we look at the daily here, I mean, it's been a pretty decent day, but I mean, look at this. Look at this. For weeks, it's just been a big consolidation, nice big balanced market for a couple weeks. I mean, this is hard to trade for me because I like nice trend, either up or down. It has sell and balance right there. Sell persistent buying right there, persistent buying. Got absorbed a little bit, as you can see right there. We're still sloping upwards on the 1 minute, and on the 5 minute, we're sloping upwards. So I wouldn't even think about going short. Not me. I mean, you can if it's in your plan, you make money, go for it. But not me. I got that 5 minute moving average sloping upwards, and in 1 minute, I ain't touching the sell button. Only to take profits on a long. But that's just me. We got a lot of volume right there. We could get a nice break. High delta right there. I'm looking at it, it's like 100 delta. Let's take a look at that. Whoops. Whoa. That was a delta surge. I'm out. I wasn't even in it, but I'd be out. That was like break even and it surged to a negative 100 real quick. I mean, you got 230. You got NVIDIA AI conference and a 2:30 Trump interview closed press. Yeah, it says closed press, but you know there's some stink in it. Just don't say it. Just don't say it. But I had a sell and bounce right there on that as well. It didn't show up here because I'm doing something a little bit different on this volume footprint chart right here. I'm doing something a little bit different. Uh, Now it shows up right there. It should show up instantly. Yeah, so we had I thought we would get a pop, and the reason I thought we would get a pop is because of this right here. This little bar right there had a lot of buying volume, and it was pretty decent. We had some pretty delta that was starting to climb a little bit, and I thought for sure we'd get a pop because look at us. What was stopping us? You run up and go from like 950, 960, get a 10 pointer real quick, but it didn't happen that way. Possibly the reason I didn't do it is because the previous one, now that I think about it, the previous persistent volume got absorbed a little bit and kind of drifted down. Once I saw that, I thought for sure we would pop that and just go right up. Uh, uh, all right, so I had a. See, this would be kind of hard to sell. I mean, let's be honest. This thing would be hard to sell. Why would it be hard to sell? Because for one, we're sloping upwards right here. On the 5 minute, we're moving up. We got some little dojis up there that are indecision candles. You got the 1 minute that's starting to flatline right here. Uh, I don't know. I'm very picky about what I trade. I'm very picky about what I trade. Wow, that's a lot of selling bounce right there. Let's switch this over to 4 times. Yeah, that's a triple right there. Levels 2. Let's go to levels 3. Let's go to let's go to a whole point. Okay, we got one cell right there for a whole point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna drift back down, and the only place that we can stop right here is about 9:13, 9:14, somewhere around there. Uh, and right here on the 1 minute right there, you got sell and bounce right there, and you got a sell and bounce right here. I'm doing the sell and bounce logic a little bit differently on the order flow pulse. There's some new stuff that coded in on that logically that I used to use in the past when I traded off of footprint charts and stacked imbalances and all this and that. But I'm not going to disclose it. But what I will have a user setting is I will have a user setting of what the volume, the minimum volume for a stacked imbalance to even show up. Because let's be honest, when you have a stacked imbalance, now ES is pretty thickly traded, so that's kind of not really not needed unless you really want to do it. But the NQ, what I used to have is a minimum volume, and this is going to be a setting on order flow pulse. When the cogwheel and it pops up, you'll just say minimum volume of like, I don't know, 10. So it has to be a 10 volume for a stacked imbalance to even show up. Okay. Because let's be honest, the NQ can have zero or have one in one level and then 5 volume in the other. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's a stacked imbalance, but it's weak. It's a weak buy or sell imbalance area. It's very weak because it's low, extremely low volume. Um, See right here, if you sold that level right there, okay, and you see this green right here, you're not breaking through it, or if you got in on this candle right here, and you're coming up through this green right here, you got to cut the trade. You got to cut the trade. I don't care if it's a break even or a small loss. Just cut the stinking trade. Just cut the stinking trade. Why take a full stop out when it's not needed? If it reverses and breaks back down, just jump right back in. Commissions are cheap. The commissions to re-enter a trade are a heck of a lot cheaper than taking a full stop out. I know I seem kind of passionate about it, but that's how I trade. Okay, there has been, that was a couple weeks ago. I got into a trade like 2 or 3 times. And I think like the third time it finally broke and I made money. Like, oh yeah, it was last week. I took the trade, took a small loss, took the trade break even, took the third one. I was like, man, come on. and then I was getting ready to not do it. Because usually third time, I just let it go. I don't care if it runs without me. I don't care, because I know there's always another trade right around the corner. I can care less about missing the trade because there's always another one right around the corner. Um, and I finally took the third one, and I made my loss back from the first one and all the commissions, and I made some money and then some. So, it's just the way it is. Kinda like this one. If you entered the trade and you came up here and you took a small loss, break even, that's fine. And then you came up here and you're like, "Oh, well." And then let's say it breaks right back down. Okay. Get back in if you want. I kinda wouldn't, to be quite honest, because 5 minutes kinda sloping upwards right here, and we kinda deviated down a little bit. You know you're gonna get, right down here. Let's see how it reacts on that order flow bar moving average. Okay, we got some, but you ain't got uh, you ain't got nobody on the bids, but that's because let me switch it over to 15. Oh, that's a little too much. Maybe 25, maybe 20. I'm just not 10. We'll just go to 20. Um, I mean, you got a little bit. The heat maps, very, very, yeah, it ain't very much. Uh, but right here, you got the order flow bar moving average. That's telling you to be taking longs, not shorts. Uh, you got the 1 minute that's telling you the opposite. So you got the 5 minute and the 1 minute telling you the opposite. Okay. That's telling you to sit on your stinking hands and not even be clicking buttons. That's what that's telling you. You're not looking for the whole move right here. I mean, come on, let's be honest. You're not looking for the whole move right here and try to make 50 points. Okay. But can you make like 20 points right there and walk away with $400? Yeah. But people will be like, yeah, but I want $1,000 trade. Well, let me tell you the old saying, how it goes. Can't remember who told me this. Oh, oh, the guy that taught me how to read volume profiles on like 30-minute chart and everything, and TPO, time price opportunities. John told me bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. So don't be a pig. And I'll be quite honest, from Virginia, a boy from Virginia, man, do I love me a pig. I love eating pig. Um, my brother-in-law and I are going hog hunting here this year. Um, so right now we're moving up. Remember what I said? Be careful about your longs. Be careful about your longs. Look at that 5 minute order flow bar moving average. That thing's sloping upwards. It's sloping up and up and up and up and up and up. Will you miss longs down here because you're below it? Yes. Are you going to get some base hits when it's up in this area going long? Yes. Base hits, people, will get you funded. I don't care if it takes you 3 or 4 weeks. Base hits will get you funded and get you a payout too. Your base hits will get you funded and your payouts. Okay, we got a ledge. We got a ledge. We got a nice little ledge right there. Like I said, let's go back over here to 30. You're standing on that ledge. If you lose that ledge, Oh, you got a little ground right there. You got a little ground to smack your little head off of right there. But do you want to take that much heat? Who knows? Right now, we ain't losing that ledge. But that sell and balance area right there was not all that ideal to take because the 5 minute right here, not ideal to take. Why? Because it's sloping upwards. Not ideal to take. Not at all. Plus, you got this right here. You got some buyers and sellers right there in that area right there. See? Got little buyers in the previous, you had little sellers. So you had some buyers up in that area that were pretty interested to buy. Right there and right there. Right there and right there. And the order flow bar movement average is sloping upwards. I need to put out a video of my whole game plan, my whole trading plan. And we lost that ledge a little bit. Lost that e ledge a little bit, and then we traveling right back up. Oh, man, I got some nice volume. Are we gonna get a breakout? And if you look at the 1 minute, we've got a micro pullback right here. Boom, look at that. We got a micro pullback. You get in on the break of that micro pullback, and let's say you've got a persistent buyer, you got some stacked and balance right there. If you can get in right there at 940, as soon as you hit wow, this is as soon as you hit like 945, you need to really be moving to a break even because this is a stinking crazy market. Uh, uh, Pay yourself a little 5 points and move on because the market is slow. The market's slow. Yeah, wait, get yourself 5 points, $100, comes back down to a break even. It didn't even come back down to the break even. Let's say you take $100 off there, 940. As soon as you get to 950, if you can get there. But the good thing about these volume bars right here, you don't see that on the candlestick, and that's what order flow will tell you. You don't see this stuff on the candlestick. You can see the delta. Now let's look at the current delta. If it's 50, and it starts surging. Okay, let's look at this delta. It needs to start surging up to 25.50. It needs to start climbing. Okay, once it starts going negative like it is, and it's 30 negative, I'll be thinking, nope, it just went from 0 to 30 real quickly. Boom, out. Just because I do not like that. I don't like that surge of that delta, of that negative delta in there. I just don't like the surge of that negative delta. Plus, we had that little indecision candle, little spinning top right up there. No siree. So when you come up here, you come up here, you get a little persistent buying, you're losing that persistent buying, and you get out, take yourself 5 points, move to a break even. You got stopped out. Who cares? Who cares? Protect your capital. You do 5 of these small little trades right there, that's $500. In a slow market, you got to think about the market conditions. Slow market like this, 5 points is 5 points is okay. I mean, we're still sloping upwards. We bounced off of this area right here where we had where's that large buyer at 150? Yeah, so you had that 150 150 contracts kick off in that one order right there. And we're coming down to that area and we're kind of bouncing off of it. I kind of want to be able to see that on the order flow pulse. I'd really like to be able to see that. Watch this thing shoot up to be a 50-point trade. That would be crazy at 2:45. That'd just be crazy. Slow day like this, 5 points, be happy. We got some persistent buying happening on the 5 minute. It was, uh, you got right here, this area right here, you got some buying. It's not really moving anywhere. We're at 73 delta, 80 delta, 72. Um, a positive delta, if it gets down to like 50, you gotta think. I really want to be in the trade. It's up to 100 now, so it surged like 50 points real quick, I think. Uh, it's just sitting here. It's just building out the volume a little bit. There's nothing up here stopping us, really. No large resting orders right there. I mean, if we go to a 20, 20 resting orders, you got the 20 resting orders right there. If we look to the area right here, I mean, past 1 o'clock, this as far as they'll go back because I can't keep too much data there. It'll really slow the chart down. I have a buy and balance that just kind of seemed like it kicked off. There ain't much going on. It's very low volume, very low volume. Wouldn't even want it. Wouldn't even want that. Yeah, I don't care if she's a visitor. Oh my word. Yeah, well, she's crazy. I'm babysitting my mama's cat. Stinking cat wanted to get up on my dining room table. I'm like, we don't do that here. You need to get your butt off my table. I don't care if you're a visitor. You get your booty off my table. Yeah, cat meat goes long. Actually, you probably could go long and actually make money. I mean, if we actually look at this, the 1 minute is sloping upwards on the move on a on the moving average. The 5 minute sloping upwards are right here at the top. I mean, well, I mean, the high of day is still up there from like 10:30. The high of day was way up there. I mean, the only selling we had was right up in here about these 150, 140 contracts up here that was right up here. I wonder if we're going to go test them because you can see them up there, it's sitting up there at 25,000. You see them in large orders right up there. Man, this market is so slow. This like reminds me of the days of trading bonds. Yeah. excruciating. Oh, oh, wow. Yeah. You think a sell-off is 10 points. Wow, this is really slow, when you think I was thinking, "Wow, we're really selling off." No, it's only 10 points. Oh my word, I used to trade, 32 and 40 range charts, 32 range charts years ago, but then here, uh, like last year, I was trading 40 range charts, and also a little bit this year too. I was hyper scalping on 40 range charts. Could you imagine what it's like today? Actually, let's bring one up. Um, yeah, imagine what it would be like on a range chart. Let's do 40 range. That's like a 200 from top to bottom. It's like 200 bucks. Go back 3 days. Uh, let me get this set up. Do, do, do. What does that even look like? Yeah. Uh, all right. Let me get that set up. Yeah, I used to trade, and I actually might do this here when the market comes back alive. Start scalping, hyper scalping on range charts again, like I used to. Um, if we go to order flow bar moving average, we'll just throw that on, and we'll just do it, set it to gold color, and then we'll just set it to non EMA. So it's an order flow bar moving average period of 9. That's basically a non EMA. But I'm taking the Heikin-Ashi data, the average of the Heikin-Ashi data of the open and close, and then I just kind of average it out with the 9 EMA. Okay. And you got this right here. This thing, uh, like right here, from like 1353 to 1356, that was a few seconds. So, yeah, it's the same thing with like range charts. This is really nice to be looking at the micro pullbacks because you have a nice run up, then you got 3 bars that pulled back, then you got a green bar. Well, you can buy on the break of that green bar and put your stop down here. I mean, that it happens all the time. See the green bar, and we have a little pullback. We get a break of that, and you kind of scalp yourself off a little 5 point, 10 points. Uh, Range bars are pretty decent in nice trending markets. See nice run up, micro pullback, and get yourself like 5, 10 points. I mean, on a big moving day, it's really nice on a big moving day. This is just kind of just slop, to be quite honest. When you look at a range bar like this, and you look at a range bar like this, it's not moving very much. But when you look at it on a 1 minute chart, 1 minute, it seems like a lot. It seems like a lot. But on a range chart, that's like just 40 points. So, I mean, 40 ticks. You can even go to a 32 years ago. The market wasn't whacked out of its mind. I would scalp on a 32 range chart. And I would use the 9 EMA. Would use the 9 EMA like I do the moving average here. and then I would look for a pop and a pullback, and then get in and try to run it up and put your stop down here. Because if you get in here and your stop's down here, automatically you're risking 1 minute. Automatically you're losing $2 if you're wrong. So you already know what your risk tolerance should be. Okay, I mean that right there from here to here, you already know your risk tolerance because this is a range bar from here. So that's how I used to do it. And then a tick chart too. You can always go on a tick chart. Uh, if you go on a tick chart, see, 500 tick charts pretty aggressive. 500 tick chart. I've never been that good on trading tick charts though. But you have a nice run up, a little micro pullback, sloping upwards, micro pullback. Get on the break of that right there. Get on the break of the micro pullback right here, but on a tick chart, it can be right there. And you get in here and you get out in the next low. It's like 30 points. So, I mean, but that took like 10 minutes or so. Uh, Tick charts, you can think of it different ways. What I'm eventually would like to do is get this thing right here. NQ June. What is that? NQ June. Yeah. That's the 1 minute right here. Well, that was a wick on the top, wick on the bottom. I can't trade that. That's not very, I can't trade that. Oh, we have 32 lot sell kickoff, 32 contract sell order right here. Uh, a 32 contract, you're not going to quite squeeze them out, to be quite honest. Only 32. We got a 5 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute right here. Got the 5 minute. We're trading below it. You get a close. If you can get a close in the next 2 minutes or so below that, that would be good. And if we close below this bubble profile right here, which was these two like 32, 33 up in here. Okay. You need to close below that. More than likely, they're already out. I mean, down here, more than likely, they either got out or who knows. I'm just assuming that, and that's just what this is just understanding where the big orders are coming in, what the institution and market makers trying to figure out what they're doing. More than likely, they already got kind of either got out or whatever they're doing. I'm just looking at it as okay. That was an interest of buying. Now, I kind of wish this right here, we should be closing in the next 1 minute or so. I would really like to be able to close below this right here and then maybe get a get a move down and maybe a small bounce with an inside bar and then try to get in. That's what I would like to see. Let's look at the order flow pulse. Well, I bet that's boring to look at now with this market. I bet that's boring to look at. Let's go to live pulse. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't even check that. Oh, that's right, it cannot move on live pulse. That's right, I coded that so it doesn't move on the live pulse, but I kinda uh, yeah, I kinda coded that so it doesn't move on the live pulse. It only moves on the, regular time frame modes, not the live pulse mode. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, we got a buy and bounce right here. Let's see what happens with that. Let's see what happens with that. You got to look at the 5 minute moving average on the 5 minute. That is flatlining. The order flow bar moving average, that's flatlining. That's not good. You don't want to either go long or short when it's flatlining like this. You want to go with the trend, okay? And get yourself a few points. Go with the trend. Try to get yourself 5, 10, 15, 20 points. Try to get yourself 10, 20 points. You can go with the trend. We'll recenter that. Yeah, that works. But the timeline doesn't. I wonder if I want to extend that out. I mean, it's really up to 10 seconds. Each column is like 10 seconds on here. So, I'll do that later. There's more priorities I got to get done than worrying about that. We got an inside bar right there on a balance area that wasn't very strong. Yes. You got the 5 minute order flow bar movement average that's flatlining. This is this is an area that is kind of hard to trade. This is an area that's hard to trade. Why? Because you have the 5 minute. We had a seller right here. It's only 32 contracts, but it's not very large. It was just one order, 32 contracts. It's kind of flatlining. If we break this, then yeah, we could come down here to 900 area, but it's just it's flatlining. And if well, let's say I would get in on this, it wouldn't be a full contract size. It'll just be half of what my normal size is. So if you're trading minis, just trading a few micros and just put on a little bit of risk. But if you made money today, there's no reason to even do that. Let's say you got in on a couple micros. Okay, normally you'd be going in like one mini, maybe you go in like 4 or 5 micros. And if you've already made money, well, it's 3 o'clock. Why? I mean, if you made money, it's 3 o'clock. Why are you still trading? To be honest, um, the odds are starting to get in your favor because it's starting to slope downwards on this candle. But you're in half your size. Okay, if you're in half your size, then that's fine. Let's see if we can get down here into this area, which is not a whole lot, to be quite honest. Like right now, I'm seeing the volume come inside here. But right now, I'd probably be moving mine to break even right away, just in case the old squirrely NQ wants to rock it up. I'm out. Okay. Maybe I get 5 points. Maybe I sell me 2 or 3 micros and just go ahead and pay myself and get out because it's stinking boring today. Okay. Maybe I just get out. And we also got some green. We got a buy and balance that just kicked off. We got some green. You might want to just think about taking. I bet I mean, what, 2 points? Jeez. What have you done to my NQ? What have you done, folks? I mean, are you people really that scared of FOMC and you just want to be bored and not do anything? What have you done to my boy? Um, yeah, get yourself about four points. I don't know. It's kind of boring. But you're in a couple micros if you were. So we came down to 900. Let's get down to the 900. You got a little bit. You got some. Yeah, large. It looks like 128, but it's pretty large right here. The text is kind of hard to read, to be quite honest. It's 128. Yeah, you had like 128 resting orders right up in there. Me personally, I would have just. Me personally, if I was in that trade, and you come down here, be like, okay. And as soon as I see that volume start filling out with that stacked volume balance and that volume's filling out like that, and we're not seeing any sellers really stepping in to push it, I'd be like, yo, man, I probably want to take some profits, move myself to a break even, pay myself something, keep a little bit on there in case it pukes out. But you're not seeing that on a regular candle. That's the problem. On a regular candle, what you're seeing right there, you're just seeing green. You're like, okay, we have a little bounce and then we get in on the break then and we'll probably go down lower. But what I'm seeing is very light volume selling on the way down here and big heavy buy volume stopping all that. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm thinking. No, no, I'm not going to go get in on the break of that just because of that information right there. Low selling volume, high buying volume. I'm like, okay, that's telling me that is an area of interest. Don't know why, but it is. Um, yeah, regular candles are not going to tell you that, but your order, the volume candle right here will tell you that. And if you look at it, the delta on that was kind of low because if you see the opacity is really light, so it was light delta. Okay, not a lot of dark green for high positive delta. But personally, I wouldn't even be in the trade just because of that right there. And if I did get in, and as soon as I saw that green filling out like that and no red, I'd be like done. a trade, it, a trade has to work out for me pretty quickly because if it's not working out, and I'm not seeing strength come in, and it's not working out, and I see strength on buying, I don't see strength on selling, I see strength on buying, and I'm short. I'm like, come on, man. I'm done. I'm not going to have this trade turn into a hope trade. Well, I hope it goes down to 8.5. Well, I hope it does. Hope does not fill your bank account. Again, take a look at this. Again, volume red, big volume green. Volume red was pretty decent. Big volume green on this candle, more than the sellers. Big volume green. NQ's telling you, it's giving you a chance. Hey there, I'm green, I'm green. You're trying to short me. You might want to get out because I got a lot of green. I got a lot of buyers interested in me. I got a lot of buyers, and look at it, pow! You get slaughtered like a stinking pig. All because you didn't want to take a break even. You didn't want to take a break even, so you get slaughtered like a stinking pig now. It's 3 o'clock. Do. Daggone, what happened? Did Trump fart during the closed conference or whatever? The closed press conference? Did Trump fart or something? What happened? What happened? Trump must have farted in the meeting. I swear he must have farted in the meeting because this thing is going straight up. Whenever he farts like that, it just rallies. Uh, Breaking: NVIDIA CEO sees 2027 as at least $1 trillion of revenue. NVDA. You lying sack of crap. You lying sack of crap. You are just saying that just to boost it up. CEOs. CEOs are like AIs and politicians. They lie through their stinking teeth. Oh my. Hello. Yeah, I have no idea. Um, yeah. All right. I don't know. We'll figure it out in about an hour. All right. Bye. All righty. What goes up must come down. All right. Well, yeah. Well, that was a crazy move right there. Yes, an NVIDIA CEO. NVIDIA CEO sees 2027 as at least $1 trillion of revenue and computing demand to be higher than that. Well, of course, because you're CEO of NVIDIA, you moron. Oh, my word. Whatever. Uh, uh, yeah. Well, we have a 50 lot and a 31 lot buy orders that kicked off, and then we closed below it. So, well, I mean, it's 3:15. It really is kind of hard to trade this late in the day, to be quite honest. It's really hard to be trading in late in the day when it's been doing all of this all afternoon. It's been doing all of this late afternoon. Then we had the NVIDIA CEO that kind of spiked it up so his little buddies could uh, sell some profits. Hey, buy, because I'm gonna go on TV and say a bunch of crap. So go ahead and buy. Okay, now it popped. All right, now go ahead and sell, and then we dump right back down. But hey, I'm not saying anything. Um, I mean, if you look at the 1 minute, I mean, you look at the 1 minute, it's just kind of
Not much. So you had that buy and balance area. Of course, right up in here, you had that buy and balance area around 980 right up in here. Big, huge buy and balance on that 1 minute close. I mean, it's hard to trade the news like this because the market is just really erratic. The only way that you can trade news like this is being uh, hotkeys, be quick on the draw with the hotkeys. That's really the only way that how I used to trade when I was on the DOM and I would use hotkeys. I would just trade when the news kind of pops like this. Look how thin the volume is. I mean, the news pops. You just click buy, you get green, you move to a break even, you manage the trade. I mean, you could come down here and buy this area right here on the news like that with the CO NVIDIA with the news. I mean, you have all of this buy and bounce area, big, huge positive delta right there because the volume candles are really dark green. That's big, big positive delta. And if you come down to here, you could buy into this area right here. Where are you going to put your stop? Probably right down in this area, right up in here would be in this area right here. I'd be wanting to get out because you could easily travel back down kind of where you are now. And then if you buy there, put your stop down here, and as soon as you get a pop up here, you gotta get out. You just gotta get out. I don't even think, it even came down to here. It just broke that and just kept running. So, I don't know. It's really hard to trade the news. You really gotta be, using hotkeys. Um, I mean, if you really want, you got that support right there. You can possibly have gone long right here and try to get yourself another pop, maybe 10 points and sell some, move to a break even. Let's see what I really need a setting here to show where, yeah, maybe that's okay for the DOM on the live pulse. Uh, I made very small profits today on one eval account. I haven't even traded a funded account today because it's been so stinking slow and boring. I haven't even traded a funded account today. I got some resting orders right up in here. We're butting up against right here. Some resting offers right there. You got the 50, 30, you got about 110 contracts around in this area for support. Uh, possibly try and get in whoops, on a break of that. But no. All these resting orders right here. Got all them resting offers stacked right here. And it's lit up too. As you can see right there on the histogram. It's lit up. I was thinking about it. If we're going to sit there and break it, uh, and I saw a large buy contract order kick in, then yeah, that would be really good to go. But we did not break that area. I had my finger right on the trigger, getting ready to pull it, but I don't like that, and I'd be breaking my rules too because look at this. It's sloping downwards. It's really not ideal. Okay, it's really not ideal. So to be breaking this area right here, it's really I mean, you're kinda using this as support right here, this area right here, because that was the 150 what was that? Oh, the 5 minute got
Okay, that bug definitely came back, but it took all stinking day to do it. So what I hmm, I think all this week I'm not going to get much more features done this week. I think I'm going to have to really look into the code base of why that did that. This right here is still working. Yeah, you had that 150 right there. You could have used for support, but when you look at the heat map and they can't break through that area, you really don't want to go. So the 5 minute went away. Hmm. So I still have a small issue of Ninja Trader saying of resetting hard, doing a hard reset because resources. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. It got reset. 43, 46. Hmm. Yeah, it's 324. Yeah, but 1 minute. I mean, that was. but one may have 50, 80, 33. So you had some sellers interested in this area. They had a 46 and we sold off and we kind of bounced back. I mean, it's kind of hard to sell that right there from where what we've been doing all day, uh, right after the news too. And it's late in the day. It's late in the day. Plus, my 5 minute chart, order flow bars, 5 minute chart got reset, but my 1 minute didn't. My 5 minute got reset right here. And I'm trying to think. Uh, so what I did over the weekend alleviated some of the pressure from Ninja Trader hard resetting stuff, and it's because of these. It's because of the order flow pulse. Because there's so much resources being consumed and being spent with the DOMs running, with the level 2 running on both of these, and I've gotta figure out a way. What is the best way for that not to happen? I need to clear up some resources, and I'm gonna have to tonight, I'm gonna sit down and think about that. I'm starting to fill out a little bit with the volume here on that 1 minute. Could get a small pop because they got and they started, coming down to this area right here. Uh, Resting orders is set to 10, but I don't see anything up here. Now I do, but ain't much. Um, you got some selling right there, but they're not moving it down. Got some resting offers sitting up there. It's like 330. Really wouldn't be taking any trades at 330, to be quite honest. Yeah, the large volume right there, large selling volume. We break through this area right here, they might sell off last 30 minutes. Who knows? You got some selling right there on the live pulse, right around there at 883. And you got pop. This is really late in the day.
Those offers are sitting up there. We gotta break through them. We're getting absorbed right now in the buyers. Buyers have gotta step in. Yeah, it's 3:30. It's 3:30. I mean, this is an interest of the buyers. You got to break through the seller area right there. You had some sellers right up in there. We had an inside bar. We're trading above it. I had a stacked and balance on this bar right here. But we got a sell and bounce right here. This is a trash day, to be quite honest. Not a very good day. Not a very good day, to be quite honest. You got all sellers right there, but they're not pushing it down. You got to push up. We got the 1 minute order flow bar moving average kind of flat, starting to flatline. You got the 5 minute order flow bar moving average sloping down. You got buyers being consumed. It's 3:30. You really shouldn't be clicking buttons, to be quite honest. You really shouldn't be. You had a sell area right up in there. That right there was like 9:05 is when you had the large sellers up in that area, and we don't know if they're going to defend it at 3:30. Who knows? We have no idea. We got some buyers sitting on the bids down here. It's 3:33. Yeah, 3:33. A large 42 volume come in. Have a buy and bounce coming in. Got them sitting on the bid. 1 minute order flow bar moving average is flatlining. We could have a dud close. Who knows? We got large selling coming in. Are they going to get absorbed? This is not a very exciting power hour. This is not an exciting power hour. Power hour. Come on, it's supposed to be exciting. You either make a lot or lose a lot, I guess. Yeah, that account is not gonna get hit too hard. Yeah, Power Hour was not very exciting this time. Kinda like a dud. Yeah, Power Hour is a dud. Well, at least I'm not trading a funded account today. I've only traded one eval account, and that's a little red, but I really don't care because one good trade will get that back to even. I tried a couple of times, and then it just didn't work. I just got out. One good trade would take care of them two small losses. That's what happens when you get bored. You got to flip over to an eval. You got to know when to trade funded accounts. You got to know what days to trade them. Today's not the day. Yeah, today's not a day to be trading a funded account, which I'm glad I didn't. It's just been kind of blah. I saw this right here and I tried to get it long and I thought we would pop and then we just kind of broke that area. I just took a small loss right there and I was like, yeah, come on. Thought for sure we were going to break. And once we had that area right there, with the stacked imbalance and a small little buyer right there. And once we started breaking that, I got in, then I just had to take a small loss. That's 340. You got them sitting. They're sitting on the offer up here, so that's kind of you got to break through that. You got to break through that 904 area, which I don't think we're going to be doing. I mean, the 5 minutes on ortho bar moving average sloping downwards. That was a counter trend trade I tried to get into and took that small loss. You've got the 1 minute order flow bar moving average just sitting there flatlining. I mean, look at that. It's just flatlining. I got in here on that stocked imbalance with the buyer, and then inside bar right there. Got in on the break of that, and just had to take a small loss. I mean, it's just not a good day to be trading. Definitely not a good day to be trading a funded account. To be quite honest, definitely not a good day to be trading a funded. If you're going to do anything, you trade your evals. I mean, we got CVD's negative for the 1 minute, like past 15 minutes. So I had that one eval over 51,000. It got smacked a little bit, not too much. I got two other evals. Getting ready- No, I got another eval. I got one eval where I just need like $1,200 and I'm done. Oh my word, this is boring day. I hope it's not like this tomorrow, but I got a feeling it's going to be. Hope it's not like this tomorrow, but I got a feeling it's going to be until Wednesday, till we can get over on Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be a very interesting day. There's going to be a lot of people that pass accounts and a lot of people that blow accounts on Wednesday. If I were you, I wouldn't even touch a funded account on Wednesday. I mean, Wednesday, 2 o'clock, U.S. interest rate decision. Iran and the U.S. have been in direct contact in recent days. Axios. Okay. Well, I'm glad they're in direct contact with each other. Are you talking about direct contact with missiles being thrown out? Or are you talking about actually talking contact? Ugh. This is excruciating. I expect days like this, but it just sucks when it happens. You expect days like this, it just sucks when it happens. All right, I gotta wait till tomorrow for an ideal setup. We've got 30 contracts, 59 contracts that kicked off too. We got a lot of buying volume, but I just don't see them going anywhere. Right now, they're not going anywhere. They're getting absorbed. They ain't going nowhere. 59. You got those large orders. They got 92 volume. You got a big, nice green volume, but they're just not going anywhere. I mean, it's supposed to be power hour, folks. 57. You got 3 minutes until the 350 algo kicks in. Sometimes it's a dud. Sometimes it's a popper. We have no idea. Yeah, the resting orders, like if you show up the DOM on my prototype DOM, the resting orders are right here. You really need level 2 to be able to see that information. I mean, I'm trading on Bullnox, so I only pay for what I need, and I'm paying like $14 a month, but I only pay level 2 of what I need. I don't pay the 40 some dollars for everything. I don't do that. I trade ES and NQ. So I don't buy everything. Um, Level 2 is not needed, to be quite honest. It really isn't. Um, it's nice, it's helpful. Uh, if you are a new trader, I would highly recommend not even thinking about level 2. It's just too information to digest right away, especially on a DOM. You got 2 minutes. Are we going? I'm not even going to click no stinking button. We got 2 minutes to the algo. We'll see what happens. I mean, not pre-market. After hours might be pretty interesting. See, on the daily, we're still in this on this daily, we're still in this area of consolidation, weeks of consolidation. Right now, we're kind of climbing back up into the middle of it. This is just, we got to get out of this area for us to be trending either up or down. I don't care. I can take longs in a trending market, I can take shorts in a selling market. I don't really care. All we need to do is get out of this weeks of this balanced market on the daily. We got to get out of that area. Yeah, 350 algo. Who knows? It could run up or down, or it could not do anything. We have a stack selling balance right there on this candle. I mean, it's the 350 algo, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. You have to take
all the orders that are coming in and out, just selling and buying with a grain of salt with the last 10 minutes of the market open. You know the password? Just I don't want to say it on the screen. I really don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows? We got some buying coming in. We really got to get that buying coming in. Yeah, I'm out. I ain't going to do that. Last 9 minutes. Is it there? All right. Um, have a buying balance. I don't know. Got resting offers sitting up there though. We got some resting offers sitting up there. Who knows? Are you guys going to go get them? Go get them up there at like 9:05 area. We got a large sellers coming in with high negative delta. I got 8 minutes to the close. Oh man, we got 8 minutes to the close. We got 8 minutes to the close. You got 8 minutes to the close. 7 minutes to the close. Seven minutes to the close, folks. 7 minutes to the close. 6 minutes, maybe. 6 minutes to the close. What are we doing here? Got a selling balance. Got a smackdown. We got nothing going on today. That's what we got. Absolutely nothing. It's been a stinking boring day. It's been a stinking boring day. Hopefully, I can get that eval, that count 17 passed this week. If the week will show up, if it will show up and trade. In 5 minutes. So maybe tomorrow I don't think I'm gonna be trading a funded account this week, to be quite honest. Is because we have FOMC, we got interest rate decision. I'm gonna be trading an eval account, possibly the same one that I just traded today a couple of times. It took a loss in that eval. It's not a funded account. It's not a personal account, so who really cares? It's not a funded account or personal. It's just kind of like a slop account, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I can call it my slop account. It's where I trade my slop days when when the days are slopping around like it is today. That could be my slop account. It can be the slop account. You got 4 minutes to do something. You got 4 minutes to do something. 4 minutes. Are you going to do anything? You got 4 minutes. Because I'm usually out by 4. I'm usually out by 4. Yeah. Yeah, this is, well, at least I got a few things done today. It would be nice to pass some of these eval accounts and have some more funded accounts, but I don't think today is the day that was able to do it. Tomorrow I don't think is going to be the day either. We got 3 minutes to 4 o'clock. We got 3 minutes to 4 o'clock. You got to take out them shorts at 4. Okay, so I'm up 5 points. That's a whoop de doo dah. Be stinking lucky. Come on, for crying out loud. Stinking 5 points. Yeah, I'm out. We got like 1 minute. I'm done. Uh, Maybe after hours it'll do something. You never know what it might do. I had that short. I just want to be out by 4. You have that short. I could possibly, uh, I mean, it was a slight counter trend trade I mean, 1 minute was nice, but the 5 minute, it was not setting up. To be quite honest, it was not setting up just because, I mean, if you look at a 5 minute, come on. Oh my God. Yeah, get over there. The 5 minute was just not setting up. It was a counter trend trade. It was not setting up. It was definitely sloping downward. So it's not in my favor. You get 5 points and then it does nothing and then you just get out. Come on, what are you doing? Something is up with this again. could it be the live pulse? Let's close that down and let's see what happens. Um, yeah, it was that live pulse. I need to look at the code at the live pulse. I need to look at that code. That gives me there is some performance issues with the live pulse, folks. There was performance issues with the live pulse. Okay, performance issue live pulse mode. All right, 4 o'clock. I'm going to jump off stream and actually take a look at that code and see if I can't figure out what the performance issue with that. Yeah, I need to take off. I mean that 1 minute. I mean it was a 1 minute. I kind of got long right up in here when we had those somewhat large contracts kick in, and we started trading above, and then it was just kind of like, oh, come in here. We kind of filling out the volume, then it's not. So you just take like 5 points and move on. Uh, Better than a full stop out. This account got hit kind of hard. It's an eval, so it really don't. It's an eval. I've got two more that I need to get past. This eval kind of got hit a little hard. Maybe I'll trade it to tomorrow. Couple of decent trades, and it'll be back to break even to where I was up above 51,000. So, uh, yeah. All right, I gotta go take a look at that performance issue. It seemed like it happened with the live pulse, and as soon as I brought up the live pulse, it was the live pulse mode that cleared out the 5 minute right here. The 5 minute somehow got cleared out, and I think it's because of that live pulse. Um, but the 1 minute has been fine. This 1 minute did not get cleared out. That's been cranking out all day long. Yeah, 9:30. So that did not clear it out. So I think I fixed the issue with this one on order flow bar indicator. It's the live pulse I really haven't looked at. I need to look at the performance issues on that is really causing it, because when I had it up there, I can always tell when there's a performance issue, because if you grab the chart right here, I'm able to move it around pretty fast. But the live pulse, man, that was really dragging it down, which is consuming a tremendous amount of resources. So I'll try to be back on it at 9:15 tomorrow morning. But if the market is like this, if the market is like it is this morning, I'm gonna cut the stream early around 11:30, 12, like around lunchtime, and then just call it a day, because FOMC meeting will be better. Maybe I'll trade an eval during there. Uh, I'll either pass it or blow it, so who cares? I mean, I'll try it only take valid trades, but the market moves so fast, it's just crazy sometimes on FOMC days. Sometimes it don't do anything. Sometimes it runs. Who cares? I mean, I don't know. Who cares? You trade what you get that day. Um, but if it's a lack of trades like it was this morning, I got to cut it, and then we'll be back at it Wednesday. That's it. Later.